Good morning and welcome to the Sumo Logic Cert Jam and User Group sessions. We've got a powerful agenda designed to educate and inspire you and all of your fellow Sumers. There's a lot to learn. But certainly in these historic times, let's also have some fun along the way. I'm Tom Awe, and I lead the Central US Enterprise team for Sumo Logic. And I'm joined today by several colleagues that I will introduce shortly. But first, let's talk about the day. You can advance, Jackie. So first and foremost, Sumo Logic certifications teach users how to effectively and efficiently search the system. These best practices provided in the class allow certified users to write better and more complex queries. From parsing to correlation, there's a consistent doubling of skills as soon as you complete the certification. And we've studied these behaviors and these patterns, and we've noted that these skills continue to be as strong 30 days after the certification as the first day that you certify. So this is an investment in yourself and your companies, and we appreciate that. Moreover, we've got a 3,000 person strong Sumo Logic certified LinkedIn group where you can celebrate your achievements, network with your colleagues and cohorts and other certified, Sumo certified users. Go ahead. So who's here today? We've got over 200 registrants, and we've got representation from over 100 companies. It's a great audience and a great collection of talent and potential users. So let's talk about what we'll focus on. These are all colleagues in the DevOps and security space, and we're excited to have you today. Go ahead. So I'll be joined today by Todd Hicks, who's my colleague and peer in the mid-market group, as well as several instructors and presenters. The first will be your teacher today, your instructor, Jacqueline Suverin. And then we've got solution architects and systems engineers. Go ahead, Jackie. Rob Plan, Nick Mayer, and Steve Postic, who are all expert Sumo users and will be here to answer any and all of your questions. So let's talk about the agenda. So the agenda will, from now through the first session, which we'll be talking about fundamentals, these really are designed to give you a broad knowledge of analyzing logs and metrics with the fundamental certification. We will fire up Sumo Logic and get it up and running and learn to do things like simple filtering, data parsing, and analysis. We'll take a quick break and then we'll continue with the fundamentals certification, focusing on search mastery, which is really designed to build on the knowledge gained in the fundamentals and go a little deeper and do a more in-depth analysis of logs and metrics, identify critical events, and create dashboards and alerts necessary to monitor your environment. So that all, of course, is designed to be, highly interactive, and our experts will help support that. We'll then do our second break and come back for some additional search mastery and certification. And then we're going to pivot to a user group at 3 o'clock where you can kind of join us, and please do plan on joining us with several of your dozens, if not hundreds of your fellow Sumos for a user group presentation that's going to feature, among other things, some presentations from some of our better clients and more sophisticated clients that use the Sumo Logic environment. So with that, and without further ado, I will turn you over to the capable and powerful hands of Jackie. Jackie, take it away.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, or good evening. Hopefully you're not too late if you're logging in a little bit later time, but I know this is focused on the Midwest, but sometimes other people join, so I just want to say hello to everybody. What I'm going to be doing today, I'm going to go ahead and get my slides here. started, is we're going to be talking about, for the next 2 hours, about fundamentals. And fundamentals is going to give you just basically the breakdown of all the capabilities. So let me go ahead and, looks like my closed captioning is off. Hold on one second. I'm seeing close, let me toggle that off, otherwise it might be annoying in the script. All right, so what we have here for today is 10 minutes. I'm going to be giving you an overview of Sumo Logic. So that's where we're going to start. And then without much ado, we'll do a demo. So you'll get to see basically all of the technology that we have with the dashboards and the monitoring capability, and you'll be able to actually see how we go through and troubleshoot with our tool. And so after the demo, then we'll dive right into getting you logged into the training environment, and you'll start working with me doing these hands-on labs. So the types of things like Tom pointed out that you're going to be seeing is you're going to be seeing all the data that is collected in the system. So that's where we'll start. And then you'll be able to go and search on that data, parse out what you're interested from those log messages, and then analyze that data. So we're going to be doing labs that cater to those approaches. And then trending analysis and being able to monitor critical events. That's also part of what you'll be doing in the labs. And then finally, you'll be creating and modifying dashboards. So it's really easy to take these queries and create panels and dashboards. You can add them to existing, or you can create brand new. And of course, if you don't want to spend all your time monitoring the dashboards, we know about fatigue with that. So of course, there's alerts. So we want to show you how to create alerts in the system and get you familiar with overall Sumo capability. At the end of that, you'll have the opportunity with us on the line, myself and the other 3 assistants, to help you get certified as a Sumo generalist. So that's the plan in the next couple of hours. And then we do have, like Tom said, a lunch break planned in there for you. So you get a little bit of respite between these 2 events. So let's talk a little bit about Sumo. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to launch a little poll just to get a little feedback on you all, because I didn't want to interrupt Tom in the beginning, but this would be a good time to kind of find out what's your level of experience with Sumo. This will help us, you know, as we go through this course, to maybe hit home on some more of the things that you're interested in. So you'll see a poll that just was launched, and appreciate your feedback on that. It's just a couple questions. So while you're doing that, let's talk a little bit about Sumo. Here we have Sumo Logic's data analytics platform. And of course, we coined it as continuous intelligence because it's basically giving you that ability to look at all your data coming in real time and on all these different applications for the infrastructure you're trying to support. So it's very, very important being able to use all that capability. And the way that this looks, then, it appears that you can look at your real-time analytics in these 4 different ways is some of the examples that you can do. So we'll be looking at this in the demo here in a moment. Is operational analytics, security analytics, business analytics, and then also being able to look at your total view of your insights globally. So we also have some baselining tools that are in our application catalog that you might be interested in. So because of the real time, we're also cloud native platform. Sumo was started in the cloud. We offer multi-tenancy, advanced analytics. Of course, it's a machine learning environment. And with current times, you know, it's allowing our customers to scale as they need to grow in areas that they need to, and also be elastic capability so that you can consolidate down if you don't need to be looking at certain data during this time. So that's really helpful in the cloud native platform. APIs are supported and out of the box security. So the whole system is designed with security in mind. And then off here to the side, you can see kind of a summary of some of the things that we have. SOC 2, so for compliance, a lot of you might be dealing with auditors that come in from time to time and want to be able to see your data and how you've been tracking what you've been doing for compliance reasons. So we have SOC 2, we have Privacy Shield, HIPAA, PCI. There's a lot of things that you can leverage in our tool that are fully integrated. And then looking at the stack, you can do it on-prem, and I'll show a little bit more detail on this in another slide. You can also be in the cloud. You can integrate with your apps, SaaS, other SaaS environments, and also third-party apps. So all of that is supported in our system as we go through today. Just want to give you a little bit of background. Now I'm going to dive into a demo, but first let's just talk about what I'll be hitting on, which points. So one of them is that I'm doing in this demo, I'll be showing an alert that's come in. And from that alert, then we're going to go and look at operations dashboard. And so this is allowing us to get notified of that critical event, right? Even if we're not eyeballs to eyeballs monitoring the dashboards. Then from that, we're going to go and look at both metrics and logs. And maybe you're not familiar with the difference between the two. And we have a whole nother course on that if you're interested to dive more into metrics specifically. But metrics is kind of like, I think of it like you go to the doctor's office and you tell them, oh, I got a little bit of a headache and I got, a little queasiness in my stomach, and then from those metrics, so to say, those symptoms, the doctor then would diagnose by digging into, their knowledge base and what they learned in med school, I suppose, and their experience. So we do the same thing with the logs. So the metrics are those indicators, those key performance indicators that can come in from the apps, they can come in from other host metrics such as CPU, memory, networking information. So you can gather your metrics from as key performance indicators, and then you can marry them down to your logs to go in and drill down what's going on in your system. So let's take a look at that. I got it queued up for us. So let me get out of that and take you over to Sumo. And I'm just going to do a little talk about the dashboards in here a little bit, and then I'm gonna show you the problem that came in. So first, I want to start with I know a lot of you are looking at it from a business standpoint. Let me make my screen as large as possible, make sure it's maxed out to at least 120 so that you can see this a little bit better. Okay. There we go. Okay. All right, so this is our example of maybe how you would monitor your business. And this is a company that I'll talk a little bit more about called Travel Logic. And Travel Logic, for example, might have this particular dashboard website that they're keeping up and running. And at this website, they're basically allowing you to monitor what's going on with your travel, so you can do flights, you can select hotels, cars, and all that. So to keep this up and running, Travel Logic needs to be able to, monitor, maybe they're using AWS, maybe they're using some other Google components, maybe Kubernetes for container management, whatever they might be using, all the underlying moving components to keep this up and running. So what happens is they get this notification through this webhook Slack as an example, and it's telling them, if you look here, that right around the hour they've been having this error. So here they have, for the last 7 days, this particular error that's been coming in, and they're saying that it was an anomaly detected in the gateway response time. So as we look at this, we can actually then drill in to Sumo. So that's where I'll go, is log into my Sumo account. And I can actually see, I can go in here and detect what's going on in the environment. So Travel Logic, first off, I'll take you through just a couple of dashboards, and then we'll look and analyze and drill down into the problem. And let me pause here for a second. I'm just looking at the results. Let me share the results with you guys so that you guys know also, just like myself, who else is online and what's their interest. So I'm seeing here the answer to the first question. It's the highest is probably you haven't used it before, and so that's great. You're at the right class. If you haven't even touched Sumo, you're going to be getting just how to log in, all the basics, right, on how to use the tool. So that's fine. And I also see there's another larger group that says more than a year, so that's kind of interesting. And then on question 2, what fundamental area interests you most? We see here that it's mainly queries. So this morning we'll be getting into a couple of queries, but this afternoon will really be where I'll hit home on queries in the search mastery portion. We're just going to be doing query after query after query, and I'll try to entertain you through all that. And then dashboards, and I see that nobody selected out-of-the-box applications, but you're going to be surprised, especially those of you that have never used Sumo before, what all we have. So we'll talk a little bit about that. And we'll certainly be going into alerts, and then, of course, covering the basics. So I'll stop sharing that now, but hopefully that was good information for everybody. All right, so back to the Travel Logic. This might be their dashboard for managing that business, for being able to observe, what's happening with their website status, what's happening in their applications, payments, which notice those are in red, so there's some issue going on. And then flights, they could track, these are the Mapbox algorithm that we have embedded in our tool that allow you to make these maps. You can return lots of information. So here we're seeing all the different people that were logged in, booking their hotels at different locations. So when I go down a little bit further, we can also see that we have the flight bookings in the outlier form, and you'll be doing a lab showing this later on, but here you can track your flight bookings. And in this, when you're tracking your flight bookings, you also can create the standard deviation cloud around it using the math that we have within the system. So you can see outliers. They appear in these little pink triangles that is like right here where I'm hovering, right at the hour. So that is basically, some of the types of stuff you can do for monitoring your business. You can look at your booking split. So this is a nice way you can get a snapshot of information. You can start to look at your data over time. So this is basically looking at your bookings for all three aspects in the bar graph over time. And you can also quantize it, just get that total number, maybe how many bookings happened in the last hour. So any of those resources are available to you. Now let's switch gears from business, because that will help you in your day-to-day meetings with your business decisions. But let's look at security. What's happening with security in the system? What kind of stuff can you monitor? And so with this, you can look at your threat intel, single sign-on. We can see here if we've had malicious activity. Here we have a high occurrence of somebody that's logged into the system 124 times. And so that might be something then we might want to go and check out. Now this is using, if you're not familiar with our CrowdStrike capability, it's an embedded database lookup that allows you to look up these malicious IPs. So that's one of our integrations working with CrowdStrike data. And then you can also look at suspicious login distances, looking at your land speed issues. You might have this user, for example, Damon, that shows up on our system. We're seeing that they logged in at this IP address that happened to be in the United States. Then they traveled some distance, and then they logged in at this IP address in Egypt. Now, this could be legitimate, but it also could be something that you would want brought to your attention so you could investigate it. And then down here, we're looking at network traffic data ingress and egress, right? So I noticed that quite a few that you signed up have that DevSecOps kind of focus. So hopefully this is hitting home a little bit with your needs. Of course, you want to monitor your data volume by each of the hosts. So here you can see they're color-coded, so it gives you a quick identification, as well as you can hover over them to investigate more. But basically, you can track your data. This is tracking your data being sent by the host. We can also monitor the firewall. We're showing two different ways here. So we're showing firewall traffic types. And I like this one because this is showing your data bytes going in and out. And one of the things that's kind of cool in our user interface is that, let's say, right now your purple right here is showing the bytes that you received. And you could see a couple of spikes in those. But if you want to see the granularity of what's going on with the byte sent, then just disengage by hovering over and clicking on the legend over here. And now you can see the granularity, and you see the y-axis went down in its range, basically. So now it can focus in on the bytes that are just being sent out of the system. So that's a quick way, to toggle on and off the properties within your display that you can use. And then down here at the bottom, for security, you can also monitor your file integrity. Here we're looking at anti-malware events, and maybe you need to, for compliance reasons, be tracking who all is staying compliant with the latest and greatest malware. Maybe you're monitoring the event history in those operating systems connected for either your company or for another company that you provide services for. So this is a security aspects, and this is one of the ways that you can look at dashboards. But now I want to go back to the problem because I promised you that I was going to show you how we can troubleshoot. So we got that Slack anomaly that came in about a latency issue, and we saw that we had some payment issues in our business dashboard. So now let's dive right into where an operator would pick that up, right? So this is a nice, just easy on the eyes visual. So it tracks a lot of information for your operators working 24/7 days a week shifts. Reporting nodes, you can look at your load balancer, the response times of that load balancer, your VPC network, redish, checkout services. So here's where the payments are probably indicating a problem that we can go look at. Database. You can track a lot of different information, and you can display these dashboards in various ways, as you see with these 3 examples that I'm showing you. So the checkout, we noticed a problem on it, so we're going to basically go to that checkout service, and let's go see what's going on with it. So we're going to just click and drill down into the next layer of this. And what we see here is we see that we're having an issue with our bookings here, that everything was going along successfully. And then right here, these are metrics outliers. When they're pink circles, that means they're a metric outlier. And then basically at the hour that shifted into an error cycle. So now we're getting failures. So now we want to go and investigate what's going on a little bit more. So let's take a look at the next panel. This one's showing our errors over the last 7 days, which is really cool. I like this one because why I like it is because it quickly can tell you what's going on in your system. You can see the spike here and a whole bunch of errors occurring right starting at about the hour. But if you also disable it like we did with the bytes received, you can now zero it out and you can see, was there any other errors that happened in the consecutive days? So this is a nice one displaying the week's worth of data. And that would help like a new person on the job, right? To quickly isolate and debug. And then we're looking at the errors by node. So this one is nice because as I hover over, it's telling me a little bit more information about what's nodes are having difficulty here. So when I hover over, I'm seeing that the underscore source name of this is this particular production 01 travel checkout node. So I can go in and take a little bit more look at that here in a second. And then over here, both of these are looking at gateway latency, which is of course very important, and that's a bit of what we were getting in our alert that we received was a latency issue. So we can see the outliers that occurred here. Now, if you don't just want to look at it from an average and look at your outliers, you can also get that total delta change, right? Because sometimes it's more the quantity that you're after rather than, you know, just that it's an outlier. So you want to know how significant it was. So that's why we show these couples so you can get an idea of how you can look at that. Now, going up here, you know, I'm coming in here to investigate. I can see, and let me make this a little bit bigger. We have this little magnifier that you can play around with here in the training environment in a moment. And you can see that here, when I magnify it up, you can see the activity going on. And you can see that, you know, things are cycling up and down and nothing looks too dramatic until we get about into the hour. And then we can actually see the metric outliers here showing this one really spiking significantly. So this one stands out. And when I look at it, it's telling me, when I hover over it, it's telling me that this is coming from my travel checkout, which is also what the indicator was giving me. So what I want to do then with this is I want to actually drill down into the query that supports this panel. So right over here, we have ways of doing that. If you just hover over here where I'm at and I show in metrics, click on that, it's taken me down into now the underlying query that supports that panel. And this happens to be a metric query. So we'll play around with a couple labs this afternoon with metrics. And so this is basically, if I go here, the query's at the bottom, and then at the top is the visual chart giving you all the data that you've requested from these metrics. So you can see with just a couple of lines of metric code, one pointing to the total CPU and one also pulling in the memory usage, you can create a lot of data that's being displayed. So it's pretty powerful. And we're showing one as an average, and we're showing the memory usage as sum. So when I look at this, I'm seeing that I have this spike, right, that occurred, and that's why I clicked on this to get down and investigate it. And what I'm seeing when I come in here is I'm seeing that this query has a whole bunch of logs that have all of a sudden heated up. So we call this our heat map for our connection to our unified logs and metrics. So metrics here, and up here is your log indicator. So you can see out here I'm getting 19 messages, 24, just smaller amounts of messages, 8. And then right around the spike, you can see that really popped up to now I have 220 log messages that came in, and then 324, and so on. So what I can do is I can do what we call a shift click, and that pivots me right in to this environment. And by the way, you'll actually be doing this in the lab this afternoon. It's really easy to set up. And that pivots me right into that particular log. So now I'm looking at the logs connected with the metrics right around that time. So because of my debugging background, I'm sitting here kind of thinking, okay, well, I know that I got this problem that spiked, but what's causing that, right? So how do I go about investigating that spike? So one of the things is first off is I probably want to increase my time because I want to back up in time, right? So maybe instead of just looking at that little chunk of that 1 minute interval that I clicked on, I might want to expand it to maybe the last 60 minutes. So I'll do that. And then maybe over here, I know that oftentimes these keywords, and that's what these are, and you'll learn more about them, that maybe error or exception don't really appear in my problem as I go and try to debug the actual problem. So I'm going to go ahead and widen it by removing those keywords because those filter and just give me messages that would have error or exception in them. As you can see, error highlighted down here. So I'm going to remove those because I want to expand it. And then I notice that it's pointing to just a wildcard. That's what an asterisk is. And it's saying anything under production 01 travel, that it wants me to go and grab the data, the log messages from that. But when I was on my dashboard, it told me specifically it was the checkout node. So here I'm going to type in checkout. So in some ways we're expanding, to get more of the data that came in around the time when the spike happened. And in some ways we can narrow it down based on the information that we have, right? So that's what I've done. And so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to run that now. So now instead of having like 9 pages of results for about a minute of logs, now I've gone up to how many pages? It looks like over 2,000 right here in the middle. If you see where I'm hovering. So that's a lot of data to have to sift through, and nobody wants to do that, right? So we have this command called log reduce. And instead of just looking at your raw log, your log messages individually and tracking through 2,000 some pages, just using the log reduce is allowing you to synthesize all of that information into what we call signatures. And these signatures will group all those message types into common like formats. So it's working on it right now. You can see it's saying status, it's spinning right here, gathering the results, and that will, when it finishes, it'll say it's done. You can see the elapsed time here that it's taking. And then this is always the total quantity. That's how many log messages from whatever you queried and for the time that you asked for, those are the results that all came back. So it's almost done here, gathering the results, but we can start looking at it. Oh, it just finished up. Okay, so what we have here is we have a total count column. And so this tells it, and notice we're down to just 1 page, guys. We went from 2,000 and some pages down to just 1 page in this case for 60 minutes worth of data. So now we're looking at close to 9,000 of this type of message. And the way you look at this is anywhere where there's asterisks, that means it's unique. So like right here, that's unique part of all of them individually, but the rest of it is where they're common. So they all have the rest of the verbiage in their log messages. So you can see that you got 8,961 of these, you received 7,226 of this type of message, okay? And so this is really nice because it's allowing you to be able to look at that information a little bit more easily so that you can pinpoint the type of issues that you're having. So I can also scroll down and look at my information, but I can also flip it. So when you see these little expanders, you can usually do some action with them. And so it's just like in Excel, you can click on that and then reverse it into ascending order or toggle it back to descending order, okay? So I'm going to toggle it to ascending order, and what that does is, because I'm doing that because I know that it's not usually the high quantity of log messages that come back that usually are relevant to my problem. You know, this just went out of whack around the hour, and I can see here that I had 2 messages here of this boot, and it looks like it did the Travel Logic app for my company started a cluster, and it started it using version 1.14.dev. And the problem with that is that we're not in development. This is a production environment. So obviously somebody made an error and loaded up the wrong software. And so what I can do is I can actually go back now through my dashboards. So if I go back to maybe the drill down dashboard, get back to the Travel Logic operation one. If I go back to this operational dashboard where I started to debug and went down into the checkout node, I can see that one of the course of events is somebody created this deployed versions. So now we're tracking over the last 7 days whoever installs software. So that allows us to have, you know, a root cause kind of fix. So at least eyeballs can see these deployed versions and maybe avoid the problem in the future. So hopefully the demo, that's basically what I had for the demo. Now let me talk a little bit about if you have some questions. We do have you on mute, so you can't speak up, but if you want to, you can raise your hand and maybe one of my colleagues can actually unmute you and you can ask a verbal question, or please feel free to put any questions in the Q&A. So if you see the Q&A window, that would be a great place to put any questions. That allows the guys that are working with me to actually address each of your individual questions as they come up. So please feel free to start putting questions in there. Also, oh, can I explain the log reduce briefly again? You bet. So thank you for the question. And I think somebody also put it in, okay, so the same question. So yeah, so the log reduce. So let's go back down to that. So when I think if I go back to this one right here is where I ran the log reduce. And then I have the results here. So basically the log reduce, what it does is, as you can see, when we just drilled down and kind of expanded, you know, when I changed the time and I expanded a little bit, specifically pointing down into the checkout node, it allowed us to consolidate from like over, you know, 2,000 some pages down to just 1 page in this case. Sometimes it's 1 or 2 pages of data, depending on how much data you're looking at for how much time, right? That's come in on whatever you're pointing to, whatever source category. This represents the data that you're pointing to, which in this case, I'm pointing to those checkout nodes. So basically, this synthesized that data down into all of their like kinds. And the log reduce command just basically takes those 2,000 and some pages that you saw back here on this tab and groups them all into their like kinds, and then displays all those different types in here, all the different types of log messages. Now, what's really cool also in here is that I didn't talk about it in here, but we'll talk a little bit more this afternoon, but I'll just point it out, is you can also pass on tribal knowledge here with using the relevance and the promotion, demotion. You can also split them if they get too large, and you can also go in and edit them as necessary. All right, so let me know if I hit on the log reduce well enough for you. If you have any further questions about the log reduce, but we call it the needle in the haystack. You'll see a lab on it this afternoon. All right, so it looks like there's another question. What other functions like log reduce exist? Is there a web page for learning? Yeah, maybe one of the assistants can also give you a link to one of the web pages that they think would be helpful for the question you're asked. But like, for example, we have log compare, which just sits right next to it. And log compare allows you to look at, basically it'll run 2 log reduces over a time period so that you can get a comparison, which is hence it's called log compare. So we'll talk a little bit more about that this afternoon. As far as other commands, I'll let one of the assistants send you a link on that, and I'll double check and make sure that you get some information follow up on that. All right, so with that, I'm going to go back a little bit to my slides, and please keep the questions coming. I think we have a lovely, you know, team of of three here. Maybe I should put them up. Oh, go ahead.
Hey, Jackie, just so you know, I'm clicking on that Q&A button, but it's not popping up for me in Zoom. So I can see chat, but I'm not seeing the questions in the Q&A.
Ah, okay. So all you do is up at the top of your, have you logged in as a panelist?
Yeah, I believe so. It's showing
Okay.
me as co-host.
Okay, so if you are logged in as a panelist, then you just click on the Q&A at the top, well, within yours, and then when you click on that, you'll see that there should be,
All right.
it says open, answered, and dismissed.
All right.
Bear with us,
I'll
folks.
click that.
We'll make sure. Rob is just, that is you, right, Rob?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's Rob.
Maybe,
So
let me
Jackie,
put up, I want to put up your guys' picture too, so that people
yeah,
know who's helping with what questions, because we did that so fast. So it's always nice to see who the people are, right? So as you guys, Tom introduced us this morning, and then Todd is also going to be with us today. And then I'm your trainer here, and then we have Rob. So let me just do a quick little introduction. I'm out of the Denver area, and so I'm Midwest, so to say, just closer to the mountains, right? Where a lot of you like to travel to, right? So anyways, that's myself, and I work near our headquarters 2 office, which I don't know if you know, we have a pretty large group of people right here in Denver. With that, let me pass it to you, Rob.
yeah. Rob and Jackie, there is another question in the Q&A window.
Okay.
What other functions like log reduce exist? Is there a web page for learning where we can refer to each of them later?
Yeah, I actually addressed that, and then I was going to have Rob, and that's why Rob's asked me questions, I think. Okay. I was going to have Rob give them a link to that. So I talked about log compare, so just to make sure people saw that, that's what I was pointing out here, is you have this log compare that does 2 log reduces over time with a time shift between them, so you can look at comparative data. So you can compare how many of these came in today versus maybe a couple of hours ago or a day ago. So we have the log compare also as a signature. And then we're going to be hitting on a lot of different operators, really more so this afternoon in the search mastery. A little bit this morning, but the morning is more of a blanket kind of coverage of all the different, so it gives you more of a well-rounded fundamentals kind of capability. But yeah, so let's go back here and just introduce, I don't know if everybody's on the line at this point, but Rob, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Rob Plon. I'm also here in Minneapolis, yeah, so I've been out in the field working, doing all the different IT jobs on that side of things, and then came over to Sumo last year. So got both some help with Sumo and help with some of the context you guys are probably dealing with. So hope I can help.
And Nick, are you there?
I am. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm a solutions engineer just like Rob. I'm based out of the Chicagoland area and been with Sumo for 3+ years now, solving all sorts of different problems. So I'm here to help as well.
Yeah, and you're which area, Nick? I was having.
I'm out of the Midwest, so I used to be a Chicagoan for the last 15 or so years, but I finally got tired of it and moved into a little bit away from Chicago. So.
Oh, gotcha.
Yep.
Wonderful. All right, and Steve?
Hi, Jackie. Yeah, I'm Steve Postek. I'm, many of you probably know me. I'm a sales engineer out of Chicago area.
All right. All right, well, thanks for doing the introductions. And so did the Q&A get addressed? Do you feel, looks like it did. Somebody's answering. All right, very good. All right, so what I'd like to do then is I want to take you back and just talk about a couple more slides. You know, I don't want to spend too much time going over slides, but it's helpful for background information, especially there was a high percentage of people that were looking at, you know, just getting used to Sumo for the first time. So we want to make sure that we're giving you a good introduction also. All right, so that takes us here to these slides, and I'll be showing you how you can get access to all these slides too, by the way, so that you'll have the ability to go and pull up these slides and use them however you like. So we call the Sumo data flow the 1, 2, and 3. So what does that mean? It's just basically a quick kind of reminder of, first, you're gonna basically get your data collected. So when you install Sumo, or whoever your IT admin person is that maybe set up your Sumo system, they would have worried about getting all the collectors and the sources, but connected to the system so that we can pull in all your data from either on-prem or cloud to cloud, wherever your data is at. So that is the basic step one. And then step 2 and 3 is where we'll be focusing a lot of time today on searching and analyzing. So now that you have your data, what are you going to do with it? You're going to do searches and create analytics from that so that you can get meaningful information for your company. And then you can also create visuals, so charts, and you'll be using lots of operators, which we'll be definitely diving more into as the day goes by. And then the third step is then now that you have these queries that you've built and this analytical data, you might want to display it into dashboards. And you might also want to have it, if you're not able to watch the dashboards, scheduled as alerts. So all of that is what we're going to be discussing today, the 1, 2, and 3 of our data flow. So now going to number 1 and giving a little bit more understanding of that is we're looking here, Sumo's at the top here with the cloud representation. And we're showing that we have 2 different types of collectors. Primarily, you have installed collectors and you have hosted collectors. And so it's pretty apparent here with the clouds on the right-hand side of the screen that that is your cloud-based interfaces that are coming in through a secure HTTP connection. And you can see Amazon Cloud, Google, Azure, security issues, applications and interfaces for CDN. And then you can also look at, through APIs, you can do single sign-on and other SaaS environments can be integrated, and all that data can be brought into Sumo. So we're just showing the various ways that you can bring in your data. And then, of course, on this side, we have installed collectors. That means that they actually have a collector that's a little agent that runs, that pulls the data into Sumo through your firewall, a secure HTTPS connection. And so that can be bringing in your local files, your syslog files. It can have all your remote configurations, and you can set these up as however many collectors that you want. And that's something we do in our very nice onboarding that we designed with our customers as we're getting them up to speed and using Sumo. So all of that can be brought in. And then, of course, if any of you are using container management, you can bring that in and to Sumo. So basically, all of this is can be read into Sumo as long as it's in text form. Now I'm going to come back to this slide. It'll make more sense later. So I'm going to go ahead and now show you how to get into the environment. So this next one right here is what we're going to do. Next, we're going to get you guys all logged in to the training environment. You guys ready? All right, so first off, I want to talk about just management of being able to do certification later logged into your own account, because that's the way that the program works. Is you can't get certified using our training environment. You just use the training environment to do all the labs, but then at the point where we say it's time to take the exam, you'll need to be able to log into your Sumo Logic account. Okay, so this is important, because when I teach you how to log in, and I'm going to cut and paste these into the chat window here, you probably want to protect the way you normally log in to Sumo so that you can have more than one Sumo instance. You could still have the training environment open, and you could also have the your own account so that you can take the exam in your own account, and you can also basically have 2 Sumo Logic instances open. So let me go ahead and first let me paste this all in. So this is first, I'm putting it, make sure I send it out to attendees, all panelists and attendees. This is the URL that you would go to. So I normally log in as using Chrome. And so in order to protect that, what I'm going to do is I could either go get a Chrome incognito window, so I could just right mouse click and open a new incognito window, and then I would put that service URL, I would put that in here, just cut and paste it, and that takes you to this site where you can log in. Okay, so protect the way that you're logging in later to take the test. That way you can have more than one environment. And if this sounds too complicated, don't worry, you can just log out of the training environment and log into yours later. But I'm just trying to let you know that we can't have more than 2 Sumos open at one time in the same browser. So use an incognito, or you'll see me, I'll actually use Firefox for doing the training today. So I kind of protect the way I normally log in. All right, so now that you have that, now let's go back and get the credential information. First, you're going to ask you for an email, so that's this username here. So I'm just going to copy that and paste that in. So if you use what I'm copying and pasting, that's probably, oh, I'm sorry, I pasted too much. Let me do that again. I got a colon in there for some reason. Let me remove that colon. Don't use that first one, use the second one. Oh, it's still there. Why is that? Okay. I had to delete twice. Okay. All right, so use that third one. Sorry about that. So you're going to type service.sumologic.com, and that will take you to here. And then you're just going to copy and paste, and I'll demonstrate it as we're going. You're going to take that Training Plus Labs, copy it, and paste it right here. Okay. Now let's do the last one. This one is Logic June 20. Now you can use this training environment anytime you want, but we do update these passwords monthly. So if you're, if you're basically, copy it, trying to use this down the road and you have any issues, you can always reach out to us. And the training group is really easy. You just, I'll give you the login for it here in a moment. It's just training@sumologic.com. So just know that we're going into this training environment, but we leave it open to our customers to use anytime they would like. So now I'm just pasting in that Logic June 20 exclamation. And it does have 2 zeros in it and an exclamation at the end and some capitalization. And then I just would click sign in once I got all that. So let me just pause here a second. Let me run one more poll because I always like to see, do I need to re-explain this for anybody? So let me get some feedback on if you're having any difficulty logging into the train environment. And then there's just a helpful reminder to maybe copy and paste what I put in there, because sometimes that password's a bit tricky if you're just trying to retype it. So let me demonstrate now that I have Training Plus Labs here. I've gone to service.sumologic.com. I then typed in Training Plus Labs at sumologic.com by just copying and pasting from the chat. And then I copied and pasted the password. And then last, I would just click sign in. And then you would be in our training environment. And you'll see down at the bottom that you're in the training environment. And I'm going to clean up. Sometimes there's people that were last in here might have left some tabs open. So now you should see Training Labs, Sumo Logic Training. And your window should look like this. All right, so let's see. It looks like so far we have 100% of people being able to get in, but please don't hesitate. If I even start moving on and you're still struggling, please speak up and one of our assistants will help you with those instructions to get you logged in to the training environment. It's better I know that I learn better if I actually do it than if I'm just watching somebody do the training. So it's up to you, but hopefully you can get logged in. Let us know if you're having any issues. Okay, I think I'm seeing pretty much the group is getting themselves logged in, so that's good. All right, well, I'll leave the poll open just a little bit longer. If somebody has, repeating the instructions, be glad to, okay? So basically what you're going to do is I put into the chat that service.sumologic.com. And let's say if you normally log in through a browser like Chrome, you can just open it with an incognito window. This will be helpful because you're protecting the way to take your exam later and having more than one Sumo Logic instance open. But if that's confusing, feel free just to get them. Oh, if you're having trouble seeing it, yeah, sure, I can repost them. I just copy them and they're in the chat window. So first I'll paste in this. So I'm pasting it both in the chat as well as I'm showing you up here. I opened up an incognito window and I'm typing in service.sumologic.com. And then the next thing you would do is put in the Training Plus Labs and the password. So let me copy both of those and repaste them into the chat again. Yeah, and just be aware, the chat if somebody gets disconnected and they reconnect, they lose all the chat, I believe. So if anybody needs me to repaste these in later today, I'll be doing that again, more than likely. Okay, all right, so I'm getting good feedback, so I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll, but if anybody is still having challenges trying to log in, please just reach out to one of our panelists. We'll help give you some instructions and get you hopefully logged in. All right, so I'm gonna end that so it's not staying active. All right, so now that we're in, so I have mine back here with my Firefox, and let me make sure I have a nice display here. So this is what Sumo looks like. We basically have the capability here with our tool to allow you to go in and look at all of your data within the system. So that's going to be the first thing that we'll take care of here in a moment, is how do you go and look at your data in the very first lab. But first you have to know how to even maneuver around if you've never used Sumo before. So in order to start getting that experience, we're going to actually just do things. So here, you all should be at the Home tab, but if you're not, click on the little house, and then you'll see you have 3 tabs at the top. Click on the Learn tab, and I'm going to show you first where to go get the slides. And don't worry, we're going to come back to everything on here. You'll know it all by the end of today. But this is just the easiest way to kind of just get started clicking on things. So after you've clicked on Learn, then you'll see that we have a lot of micro lessons here. They're usually about 3 minutes or less. So it gives you quick information on managing your ingest budgets, or creating ingest budgets, or assigning a collector. A lot of those. We also have our labs here for fundamentals and admin. Over here on this side, this is where we have our cheat sheet and our online documentation, and then what's new and ask for support and get training. Those are all helpful for you to keep up with what's going on, get some technical support from maybe one of the guys that's on the call here today or somebody else. And then get training hooks you up with our group. We actually do set up trainings for customers to whatever program that they'd like to support for their internal usage and get educated on. So all of those things are here. Community, I want you to click on that. Community is where you go get the slides. This takes you to an online blogging where everybody that has a Sumo Logic account has access to this. So as you can see, here's a whole bunch of community topics. You can just drill down into any of these. You can also search, which is what we're going to do, and go and see what has been posted out here for slides. So just type in the keyword slides, and that will take you right to the slides. Then you click on the one link that shows up over here on the right. See where it says Training and Certification Webinars and Slides. Click on that. And now you can see here that our training group has posted all of the different courses. There's 6 classes that we offer. Today we're going to be doing these first 2. So the fundamentals, here's where you could go get the slides. So I'm going to demonstrate that by clicking on Slides. And now you can see our LinkedIn slide share, where you can actually go through and you can look at the slides that I've been showing. You can also download them if you prefer. You can make them bigger, if you have like a couple monitors, wherever you're working from today. But basically that's where our slides are, so that this might be handy too later for the certification. So just leave that open perhaps, and use it as necessary to answer questions maybe on the certification test later. The other thing that I wanted to show you in here was how to get to the labs. So that's the next thing we're going to do. So if you click on certification up here at the top, right next to the Learn tab is certification. And then you'll see there's 6 classes offered here. We're going to be doing these first 2. If you look at fundamentals, the kind of light blue one, then you'll see that right here it says tutorial. If you click on tutorial, that will take you to the lab. So if you click on tutorial, and now I'm into all the labs. All right, so now the very first lab, you can see there's 7 labs here. And the very first lab is going to be about viewing data. And we're going to do some components of these labs as we go through, and some of them I might kind of demo a little bit for you. So follow along with me, just click on lab 1. And when you click, you can either use this left-hand panel for navigating around through the labs, but that is at the top of the lab. So if you're down toward the bottom, we also put helpful links at the bottom to help navigate in and around the labs. So just wanted to point you to how you can navigate through the labs. So we've already signed in, so we're good there. So now we're going to go do this next step. We're going to go and see step number 1, right, of the 1, 2, 3 is first let's go see our data. So the way that we do that is we go to Manage Data Collection. So we're just going to go back to the UI, and I keep these tabs just adjacent to each other so that I have the least wrist movement, because I guess I'm watching my carpal tunnel syndrome. But anyways, if you keep these kind of hovering, you know, adjacent to each other, it makes, you're going to be going between these quite a bit to do these labs. So now I'm going to go back here and I'm going to walk you through it so you don't have to always be looking at the labs if you don't want to. So manage data and then click on collection. So you're over here in the black pane, I should reemphasize, and then you click on manage data and then collection. And then collection again if you need to. Otherwise it might just already default like mine onto collection. And this is basically a listing of all your collectors in the system and the data sources attached to those collectors. So if you remember that picture I was showing you of everything funneling into the Sumo cloud, that's where this exists. This is all the stuff funneling into the Sumo cloud. So basically, whenever you see these little expanders here, those are the collectors. So and then they tell you which type, so you can see that here. So you can click and feel free to start clicking around. You can't hurt anything. It's just a training environment. It's all good. And that's how you learn best. So Amazon Kinesis is the name of a collector. ASEC Network Cloud Layers is the name of another collector. And as I expand these, you can see Kinesis has 2 sources. So you can see here that it's telling us that it has 2 sources. It's telling us that its status is good with a green check. And it's also given us one of these metadata tags called source category that we use to make that connection to your data. So here, this Kinesis is pointing to this collector, and this Kinesis is pointing to this particular CloudTrail data source. So this is the collector, and then these are the data sources attached to that collector. And you can see here that we have 2, and this one lists that there's 10 sources. So if I scroll down, you would see the various 10 sources that are connected with that. And then if you want to learn more about collectors, because that's basically, you know, we're just showing you where the collectors are, and then I'm going to make the connection to queries here in a moment. But if you need to know, like, let's say you need to support the collectors and data sources more and configure and all that, take our admin course and we go over all of that of how to set up with access keys, add collectors, you know, regenerate URLs, all that kind of stuff we cover in that training. So basically, this is where your data's at, but I want to focus on the source category. I didn't cover one slide, and this is why, is because I cover it now. So if I go back to my PowerPoint, let me pop that open. The source category is what we're showing on this particular slide here. And what it is in the source category, it's shown down here at the bottom. Okay, and what it does is these are the 5 metadatas that are already built into the Sumo user interface, so that when you run these queries, you can actually use these as pointers to the data. So these metadata tags are associated with each log message that's collected. So you have these 4 up here: collector underscore source host name, underscore source host and underscore source name, and you can see the definition of what those entail. So if I'm setting up my collector, I would associate a name that points to underscore collector. So all of this is when your IT admin person sets up the system, they would define all this metadata for you, okay? But this bottom one is the one that we let be freely configured. So that means that you can set it up however you want as a pointer to your data. And this gives you, the reason why we do this is it gives you that ability to define the topology of whatever your infrastructure is of all your data coming in as you see fit. So for example, some of our customers in this example you see here, they might say, I want to point to my labs as a group. So they would start with a path at the top that is labs, and then they would put the application next, and then point to anything in particular within that application. For like Apache data, you would point to the access or to the error information. as examples. So that's what source category is, and that's what all of these tags are. So if I go back to the UI now, so that's from the slides, if you want to go back and reference that in your slide deck. But if I go back now to Manage Data Collection, right, where we clicked in this first lab, is now you can see that I have a source category connected to each one of these. And what's significant about that is that I can actually, when I, for example, if I go to, I'm going to choose one that, I'm going to go to one that is actually an installed one. So I'll go to my Mac, one of these Macs. And this one is an installed collector, so it's basically pointing to my laptop. And I'm just going to open the production host metrics on it. So if see this little blue icon here, so I just open that up, and you can see it opened a brand new tab, and now I have access to all my host metrics that are coming in from my laptop. So I had already set this up in advance as a collector and as a data source. But that's what your source categories see. Now I'm pointing specifically to something that I defined in the system. Okay. So that's how we do it, and we'll be playing around with the source category throughout the queries today. So you'll get if it's not 100% solid right now, don't worry, it's going to be. All right. So that's where your data is. Now this next part of the lab, I'm going to skip past it because it just kind of does a query showing you how you can also access your data through a query, but we're going to be doing that as we move on. So I'm going to move down to this find and display a shared dashboard, because after you know where your data is, another thing you might want to do is you might want to be able to go look, well, what is available to me already in the system? So this is where you're looking at existing stuff that you're in the onboarding with your IT admin person. We explained to them how the importance of sharing certain applications that your company uses so that people don't have to go and install them individually. So they would do that under the library. So they basically set up this library area, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go find one of the existing ones that's there called Apache Access. So where is that library? If we go back to the UI and you go here up at the top, so underneath where it says Sumo Logic, do you see where you have these 4 different ones? And if you click on library, now that's going to open up this area where the whoever sets up your system gave you access to whatever's there. Okay, so you're looking at our training environment, but later go back and check out your own instance of Sumo and make connection with it. So here we want to type in Apache Access, and I can actually already see mine, it's down below on the screen, but as I type in stuff, like, it has to become a little unique, and we've created a lot of Apache in this training environment, so I have to type in a little bit more. So up here, you can see where I'm searching for Apache, and then I just typed in ACC to try to pull it up. And then it looks like I have a couple that are installed here, so I'm going to go ahead and I'll just use this one here, just because I know it was created by one of my colleagues. So when I click on that, I can see all the Apache data that was installed underneath it. So here's all the dashboards are shown with the green. And if there's queries, those are shown as I scroll down with the orange. Now these are already installed in the system, so I can just go to my library, search for what I want, and now I can click on any of these to actually see the data. So if I want to click on this dashboard, for example, and you can click on any dashboard, doesn't matter. You can go back to the lab and find that overview one, but just get an idea, just click on any of these green ones and that'll open a dashboard. You can also click on any of the red ones and you can see, like, maybe I want to look at all my client errors that are 4s, start with a 4, and I want to run that query. So this is stalled, already available for me to use by somebody else in my organization and put in the library so I can easily reference it. So you can see a query that I ran here. You can look at the dashboards, play around with, if you remember, I did the magnifying glass right there, so you can actually enlarge them if you'd like to. You can change the time on these. If I only want to look at the last, maybe there's a problem that happened in the last 15 minutes, or maybe it happened 3 hours ago, I can change the time here and display whatever I'm interested in. Here is where you could go to an underlying query just by hovering over the little show in search. And then you can also filter metadata. So whatever filters depend on what's been defined here, like you could put in a particular IP address, you know, a particular byte size in for the log messages, and you could look for just that particular data that's tagged with that metadata. So there's a lot you can do within these panels. So that's how you go and access through the library. This would be a good time to just kind of run through all of these next to it. So this next one is your personal folder. So this is where anytime you save anything, you know, this is your personal working space that we give you in the system so that you can, you know, play around with whatever, make changes to things, and then, you know, just this is your space to do with whatever you want. So when I click on my personal folder, then I can see what all is accessible to me there. And if I do favorites, that means anything I've starred, right, and turned into a favorite. And then this recent, and I guess I could click on it. That's my favorites. And then this most recent one will bring up anything that I've recently opened up. So that's kind of nice. When I log out and then I log back in, I can come here to the recently opened. You may have also noticed that back here on the little house icon and the home tab, we also had a lot of that summary information here. So here on the home tab, you can also look at your recently run searches, recently opened dashboards. We also give some recommendations. And then we'll talk about pin searches as part of the labs. So I'll talk more about that. All right, so I'm going to go back to the lab now. We've actually looked at some existing, but what if something that you want isn't there, right? That might be the next thing that happens. So let's install one of our apps. So if you would go with me to the app catalog. So if I click here and go to the app catalog, so it's right above manage data on the left, black pane, app catalog, and that opens up this window on the right. Now, if you ever want to maximize this window, notice you have these little arrows up here. You can toggle the black pane to disappear, and you can expand the screen that you're looking at, which can be helpful at times to maximize your space. You can also grab these edges, you know, so you can change the window size depending on what you want to do. All right, so now that we have the app catalog open, going back to the lab, it wants us to look for this Apache with the feather, okay? So we're going to go after the one with the feather. So what we're going to do is we're going to go find that. So and then we're going to actually attach it to a data source, and then we're going to look at it. All right, so first off, if you're looking at the app catalog, we have over 200 different apps in the system. So if you kind of scroll down, you can kind of get the idea. There's quite a bit here. So what we've also done is we've set them up as categories. So maybe if you're a DevOps person, you might be interested in this category. If you're a security person, you might be interested in the compliance and security type of apps. So you can trigger down, or Kubernetes, if you're a Kubernetes person. So basically you can filter down into the categories. We're going to just stay at all categories for right now and type at the top. We're going to look up Apache. So as I type, it brings up the options that are still associated with that search. And then I'm going to click on the one that has the feather. So I'm just left mouse click. So left mouse click, and I'm down into that Apache app. So once again, the intent here is, what if you want to install something that maybe your IT administrator hadn't yet installed for you? So you can use it for your development or project, whatever, your production environment, whatever you need. Hey, my coffee didn't get cold yet. That's good. All right. I guess those insulated cups work pretty well. All right, so we have this lovely Apache app here. What you're seeing is a summary. So here at the top, it gives you kind of an overview of what it is. Then down below, you can quickly see the green are the dashboards. So you can click on these to get a little bit more details off on the right. You know, you can also actually test drive one of these. I'll do the malicious URL threats. You can actually test drive one of these. And when I click on that, it's going to ask me for the connection to it. So I have to set up my data, my company data associated with this query. But I can actually do a test drive on it. Okay, so that's kind of nice. It will run a little bit slower. And you can also see the query off on the right. So that's rather nice. But one of the things I like to point out in here is you see these top 3 blue links. Preview dashboards is my absolute favorite because I'm a visual learner. And so if I click on preview dashboards, I can actually see these lovely dashboards that we have. And I can just peruse through them and say, oh yeah, this looks like the information that I kind of need with my Apache app or whatever app I'm looking at. So that's rather nice to actually window shop, so to say. Community is where we went. That's where the blogging, the user blogging is. So you could go find out more information that anybody's posted out there about Apache. And then learn more will take you to more information that we've associated in our department with training material on that. So what we're going to do in this lab is we're going to add to library. So if you click on add to library, now you can see what pops up is it's asking you for the app name. Now because you guys are all logged into the same training environment, I want to encourage you to use I'll demonstrate. I'll use my initials, JAS, and so maybe use your initials or something that's unique. And then maybe, so 3 letters, and then maybe 3 numbers, like I'll use 668, just to be, hopefully nobody else has JAS 668. So basically that's just so that you can find this app later, okay? Because I think we're going to be using it in another lab down the road. All right, so now the next thing is you can see there's 2 areas of source category, and it's asking you specifically to enter a source category for it. So go back to the lab. So clicking back on the Lab 1 tab, you'll see that in steps 4 and 5 here, we have the recommendations that you can just highlight and copy and paste them in. So I'm going to highlight step 4, copy that, and then I'm going to paste it in. Now that's one way of doing it. Another way to enter them is you can start typing, and as you get to a certain amount of information and you type it right, then it will give you options. So now for the second one, I want the error one. So you might want to also play with that and just try the lookup approach. So I did one with just cutting and pasting and one where I looked up. And then we're just going to add that to the library. So just click add to library once you got, so I'm going to pause there because somebody might be looking at my screen saying, what did she enter? So I just put steps 4 and 5 in here and then gave it some kind of customization name so I can find my Apache app later. All right, so now if you're ready, click add to library. And there you are. In just a moment, you'll have this all connected to that data. So it's really easy to basically download any of our apps, and there's over 200 of them that you can download. And then you can see what's available with them, connect them to your data source, get an idea of how your data looks. And then on top of that, you can customize these, which we'll be doing in another lab. We'll actually take one of these and customize it. So now it's showing me everything that was in that app. It loaded it in my system. So now I have everything that I have access to. So now let's go find that. So if you click on your personal folder, and I would type in maybe those initials that I used, and what did I put? 668, I think. And now there's my Apache. So I clicked on the personal folder back here to go find it, and then my initials, and then 668, whatever number you may have used. And then click on that once it comes up, and now you'll see all of the underlying dashboards and queries are now ready and installed on your system, and you can use them. So if you want to, you can go look at maybe the Apache overview. If you click on that, you can see now this is your data real time coming in through the Apache overview dashboard. So you can see what's happening with that. You can click around, and I'm just clicking in the map pane right now. I can also, hover over data, look at it, scroll down, look at whatever I have in here. So there's quite a bit of different panels that I can use within this dashboard. And then all of the queries are also up and running with my particular system. All right, so that's lab 1. Now I'm going to do a quick little time check because I don't want to miss our breaks. Let's see, do I have the agenda up here? Let me go back to that. All right, want to keep us on our break time, so 10:15. Oh, right on time. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a little break here. I'm going to give you a little helpful 10-minute countdown so that you can look at your screen from moment to moment and just know when we're going to be starting back up. So I'll get that running, have an enjoyable break, and when we get back, we'll go into the subsequent labs and finish up. So I'm going to go ahead and run this for you guys, and you'll see the countdown for a 10-minute break. And I'm going to mute the music just because I think that might be a little annoying. All right, so you guys back here in 10 minutes. Okay, hopefully you had a good break. I did. I had a good break. All right, so let's get back at it. Hopefully you guys are just doing really well out there, following along. I hope so far it's been really good for you, but please give us any feedback at any time in the chat or ask a question. Hopefully your questions are getting addressed. So now we're going to go on and we're going to do our first query. So a lot of you said queries was where the game was for you today. So right here with Lab 2, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to open up a query window. So you just go plus new and then log search. So that's very simple. When you go back here to the UI, I would just open up with plus new and then log search. Now somebody might be sitting there saying, gosh, I got a lot open, all this stuff. Now you don't have to close it if you don't want to. You can leave it open. But if you haven't noticed already, up here we got some nice X's and you can kill any of these windows. So if I wanted to individually get rid of that window, I can just exit. But you also have these 3 verticals. So if I go to the plus new that I just opened up, if I go to the 3 verticals, I can actually do, renaming on it. I can duplicate, I can close it. I can close all other tabs but this one. And that's one of my favorites that I like to show because oftentimes I don't need the other stuff. I've like reset my gears and now I'm off to something new, which is this Lab 2. So I just use that close other tabs in order to clean up everything else. So now I'm going to paste in what it's, excuse me. I'm going to open, now that I open up my new window, I'm going to go back and I'm going to paste in this particular line in step 2. Do you see where it says underscore source category, labs Apache access and get? Copy all that and then just go back and paste that into the query. And what we're going to do is we're going to just play around with this and get familiar with what a scoping line is. That's what we call this, is a scoping line. Scoping line, basically, if I run this, so let's just see what happens. Just run it for the default 15 minutes is what we usually get. And if you want to expand your window, remember you can click on the X here or you can grab the edge and move it around. I'll just expand mine. So this is our first query. So we ran underscore source category. That's the metadata that's built into Sumo that allows you to then freely configure, which is what has been done here, a pointer to that data. So labs Apache access is our pointer to this metadata source of data. So now that's what it's pulling in. If you look below, you can see a histogram first off. If you don't want to look at the histogram, sometimes it's helpful to see your incoming data. Sometimes it's not. You can toggle it on or off with the hide over here on the far right or the show. And then below that histogram is your field browser on the left. This is where all of your columns fields are defined. So if you can see by default, we always have time and message, and you can see time here and then message displayed. So we get the timestamp from all the log messages that are coming in, and we get the messages themselves. So this controls what's being displayed on the right. And then up here at the top, you can see how many pages you have. So I'm looking at page 1 of 2,384 pages, right? And so that's quite a bit, just from last 15 minutes, that's quite a lot of data that came in. So this is our scoping line. The first part is you point to your data. So here we're pointing to labs Apache access. Now, if we wanted to actually see that, do you see source category on the left? Go ahead and click on that. You can actually do 2 things. You can click on it and it will show you that it's pointing to labs Apache access and that there was only one indicated here, and that's because we specifically specified that on the scoping line. We narrowed it down to that data. And you can also do other things with it, and we'll play around with that a little bit more this afternoon. But you can display it. So if I enable it, then it's now showing me over on the right, source category is a column, and I can see all that. Or if I want to look at something like the size, the byte size, I can see that coming over here, okay? If I want to see my top size packets that came in, I can click with the left mouse on this, and I can look at my top values that have come in. So I can just pull up a quick query and actually see those top values. So there's a lot of stuff that you can do to actually utilize your searches in the system. So coming back here to this one that we have for the lab, is what it's doing then is after it's pointed to that data source and we've displayed what we wanted over here, you can also add what we call keyword. And this is a Boolean end, and then the keyword is get. And what this is doing is it's saying point to all the data, all my logs coming in from Labs Apache Access, and then I only want to filter on those log messages that have the keyword get in it. Now, you notice that I have this all capitalized, but what if I didn't know that get was capitalized and I just put it in like this, lowercase? It would do the same thing. So it's not case sensitive. So it will just, in that way, it's designed in that way so that you don't have to memorize, you know, the formatting, right, of your incoming log messages. You can just search on those keywords. And then I also don't have to have the and in there. The and is a combiner in Boolean logic. So we support the and, the or, and the not. And the and is implied. So if I remove the and, our system still runs it like it was still there. Okay, so it's what we call implied, right? So it doesn't matter, but coders usually like to have the ends in there because it's more verbose. Okay, so it's not case sensitive, the keyword, it filters. Let's try a different keyword. So what if you weren't interested in get? What if you're interested in, let's see, I'll do gecko. I see some gecko out there. So if I want to just search on anything with gecko in it, then it would search for that. And I don't have to spell it. Remember, again, it's not case sensitive, so I could put it with the lowercase g, and I would still get the gecko. All right. So now I'm getting all my log message. It's filtering on just those incoming ones that have those keywords in them. So that's what a keyword is, and on the scoping line. So we did all that part. So let's do our first parsing now. So parse the messages. So in order to parse, what you're going to do is you just have to know how to select text, because we're going to do what we call a parse anchor. So I'm going to go in here, and people kind of usually get hung up in the training. I know when the first time when I did it, I got hung up too, you know, on exactly what do I have to select. It doesn't matter. If you even select it wrong, you'll still get some results that will be pertinent. So don't get stressed. Just follow along and do your best. So if we go back here, and I go back to the get one, so that I have that lab back up. Now what I want to do is I want to highlight, and you can choose any of these. I'll just go to the third message down. It doesn't matter, because you're not taking specific data, you're defining a field, a range of information. So I'm going to use this get as my anchor, and then I'm going to go from that, and I'm going to select all the way to the end of this URL, which is the second double quote if you're counting. So you can see right here, there's a first double quote after the URL, and then this is an HTML status code, and then you have a byte size for the log message, and then you have a referrer. So I'm going to grab all that by highlighting. Once I got that highlighted, then I'm going to right mouse click, and I'm going to click on parse selected text. So parse selected text. Do you see that it captured everything I had highlighted? And the reason it did that is because now what we're going to do is we're going to break it into the we're going to parse it, break it down into the fields that we're interested in. So this first one I'm going to highlight within the window, and then when I let go, you'll see that it will ask you to click to extract this value. So once again, if you select the wrong thing, it's not going to be a big problem. You still get results. It's all good. So just highlight from the first slash after the get, and then all the way to the first double quote, and then click to extract this value. When I do that, do you see it replaced all that with an asterisk, with a wildcard? So that is now defining that field for us. Now we're going to name it down here. So I'm going to call that just URL. Now because we're all in the same training environment, once again, I'm going to use my initials, and what did I use? 668. I'll just keep using that for today's lesson. Then I need to use a comma as a separator, and don't put in any extra spaces. No, source category is not case sensitive. Somebody's asking that, but maybe they'll also type you an answer, so I won't I won't respond any more than that at this point. All right, so then we have, I highlight the next field. So here we're just going to continue across and we're going to highlight all the fields we want. So next one, I'm going to get the HTML status code, and I can call this whatever I want. Maybe I'll just call it status. And then the next one, and you can name them whatever you want, because we're not gonna necessarily reuse this lab. We'll grab a whole brand new one when we do the next step. So it's all good. So you can play, name them whatever you want. Grab the next field, the 4 digits, which is the bytes. So I'll just put bytes. And maybe just to show that I have this, maybe I'll do one more in here with my initials and number, special number. And then grab that last from HTTP all the way to the .com, right? And this is your refer. So go ahead and click to extract this value, and then you can type in refer. Yeah, the first time I did this, it was a little cumbersome, but it's not hard. Basically, all you're doing is selecting text that you want, that you care about, parsing information from those fields. So basically, you're narrowing down, highlighting some text in the log messages, and then it cuts and pastes it into this display, and then you can further pick out the individual fields that you want from that portion of the log message. That's all we're doing. So when I submit this, it won't actually run it, but you can see it's added it to your query builder at the top. So now I have this parse / get. So this is my anchor portion, right? There it's getting my get, and then it's going to take this first asterisk, and that's going to be the URL. The second asterisk is going to be the status, and so on and so forth. So go ahead and run this. I think the default 15 minutes is fine for right now. And you'll see down here that you're going to have all of those parsed out fields that you just asked for. So here's my bytes, my size, my status. Now I had some extra ones in here. I could actually remove those. I think I had that one and the size. So I'll remove those. So now I have my bytes, my status, my URL, all of those things that I parsed out. And my refer is down here. You can actually search for those. So if I start typing up here at the little magnifying glass to search, and then I can click on it to display it, and then I'll have my refer up there too. So now I have all of those showing. So any of these hidden fields down here, you can actually populate them up at any time. These are all metadata tags that you can display. So that's basically our first parse. So basically in that, now we've parsed some information. So now what do we want to do with that is, after we've parsed it, is we probably want to do some more stuff with it. So first off, we're going to save it. So now that we have, it's just a couple lines of code, but let's go ahead and show you how you would save anything you're interested in. So you see the save is right underneath the query builder. And then all we're going to do is we're going to save it, and we can actually save it to a folder. So this time I'll show you how you can create some customization of your structure in your working directory, your personal folder. So right here, I'm hovering over Save As up at the top left. Save As, click on that. Now it'll ask you for a name. You can give it whatever you want. Maybe I'll just keep using my initials and my little number, just so I can find it again. Very good practice to put in a description. If you don't come back to this for several months or even a few weeks, you might forget what it's about. We give you the query information. You can adjust the time range if you want to. Personal is where it always by default suggests to put it, but if you click on personal, this time I'll show you something else. So if you click on personal, instead of just going to the default, now you can create structure. You can say plus new folder, and you can just give it a name. So I just clicked on, let me just make sure people saw that. If I go back here, I just clicked on the personal folder and then the plus new at the bottom. And then I can just type whatever name. Maybe I'll just keep using my 668 and I'll just call it a folder, and then put whatever description. This is for project XYZ, whatever I want to put in there. And now you should get the little green message, folder created successfully, and then you can save it to that folder. So here I created this folder called JES 668. So now it will save it to that folder. So that's really simple how you save. Another thing that I want to touch on now is also about pinning messages and about field extraction rules. So this is one of the ways that you can parse in the system. But what if you wanted to do all of these outside the query? So we have a tool that allows you, as a best practice, to do your parsing even before you get to building your query, so that you don't have to do the parsing in the query and take time running it in the query. You can actually go and define these. And where you do that is click back on your Sumo Logic, and you go to this Manage Data again, and then you'll see Logs here. Click on Logs. So Manage Data and Logs. And then you'll see Field Extraction Rules. Click on that at the top. Now, all this other stuff, if you're kind of like, what is all this other stuff? Come to one of our administration classes. We talk in great depth about Manage Data and admin down here. But today we'll focus on setting up for queries, how you can pre-parse them. So obviously it's a great benefit if you could pre-parse them for a couple of reasons that I can think of. One is that now you have these defined in the system, and they are pulling out the metadata as the system is running your data in. The other thing is it gives you also that nice common language that people can use, so that when I'm talking about a certain field in the log messages, we're referring to them with a common name, which can be helpful in your team or your company or your customers, depending on what you're doing. All right, so I'm just going to I'll open up Bill's first test. There's quite a bit that's been developed in here. So here I'm just viewing one of these field extraction rules, FERs, field extraction rules. And what it does first is it basically has a scoping line. So it's pointing to something. In this case, they're pointing to Apache, which we've been looking at, Apache data. And they're doing two parses. You can see the first command up at the top with a parse regex, which a parse regex stands for regular expression. And we'll be playing around a little bit more with that. But parse regex, you can see here, the basic construct of it is this is the metadata. It's usually where you have a question mark and then the two arrows surrounding it. That's your metadata name. So we're going to call something source IP that matches this regular expression up to there. And so what is that? Well, that's an IP address because it's saying digits from 1 to 3, so up to 3 digits, separated by a period, up to 3 more digits, separated by a period, up to 3 more digits, and so on. So that's extracting an IP address. And then we also have this other parse that's pulling out quite a few other metadata tags. We're pulling out a method, we're pulling out a status code, we're pulling out a size, et cetera, et cetera. And then it summarizes all that down here at the bottom. You can see all the fields. So if you just are clicking in your system trying to figure out what's available, you can see all that. So this is where somebody in your organization would set up these field extraction rules. And then if we go back to the query itself, so if I go back to here, now we pulled out these, we created the parsing statement in our query, but all of these other ones that are down here, like ENV, okay, those are already set up in some field extraction rule or method. We didn't define any of those. So those were already set up for us. And we can use those now and populate them, and we can use them in the queries. And so that's field extraction rules. Any questions about those? I see there's one. Is there a limit to how many field extraction rules that you can use? Yeah, I think it's, one of the guys can get you the exact limits, but off the top of my head, I'm thinking 200, but I might be wrong on that. Might want to double check. One other thing about field extraction rules is for customers is when you set these up in advance, now it streamlines your system so that now you can use these throughout your queries. So very nice, and that's where you would go to find them, is under Manage Data Logs. All right, now pinning. So we talked about save as, edit, it allows you to edit a query, info gives you some background info. Share we'll be doing here in a moment, so I'll skip past that for now. But let's talk about pin. Pin, what that does is if you want to run something, let's say this takes, maybe I'm going to use more than the last 15 minutes of data, or I just know that even 15 minutes of this data is a lot, and it'll take a while for it to run normally. So I can actually pin this and run it in the background. So if I click on pin, now it's going to run this in the background, and when it gets done, it's going to send me an email notifying me that it's done. If you want to go see all your pinned messages, if you click back on the little house, so all I did was click on pin, just in case you want to follow along. That's all I did was click on pin. If you want to go see where this is recorded so that you can observe your pin, go click on the little house, and on the home tab, we talked about some of the stuff here, but I skipped past pin earlier. Well, here's all your pin searches. So you can see the pin searches that are there. Now, if I want to go back and unpin this, I just click on unpin, and then it'll ask me one more time, and I unpin it. So it's no longer running in the background. And then LiveTell is really nice. We can run a LiveTell with this. Oh, hold on a second. Let me go back to my previous query, actually. So I'll show you history. So if we go click on this little drop down here in your query builder to the left, that's your history. And we're going to go back and let's go get that one that was just a simple Labs Apache Access get. So if you just select it, so when you have this open, I've just selected it from my history. So this keeps track of your history, and you can scroll back through it and grab anything that you were working on. So now when I run this, let's demonstrate the LiveTell. So if I click on LiveTell, and this does have a limit on it, since somebody was asking about field extraction rules, you get to run 10 of these at a time in your Sumo account. So basically across your company. So we allow you to run 10 of these, and that's kind of to protect yourself because and your users, because data ingestion, you want to basically, we're teaching you in this, as you can see, how to narrow down with filters and all that to get to exactly, and scoping lines to get to exactly what data you care about. So if you don't want to ingest a whole bunch of data, because that could jack up your monthly budget and cost you more money and just send things out of whack. So this LiveTell, we limit you to 10 runs of it. So it's, usually that suffices for most of our customers. If you, have any issues, please feel free and reach out to us and we'll consult with you on those. But this LiveTell, what it does is just like the Linux or Unix commands, it allows you to look at the real-time data as it's coming in. So just the tail end of it. So right now I'm looking at this with my Labs Apache Access and Get. And so some of you might be blocked out of this, so just watch my screen. And here in a moment, when others of us exit out, then you should be able to get in and play with it for a moment. But what you can do is you can highlight specific things, like let's say you're ad hoc debugging maybe an IP address. So I'm looking for something that ends with .65, and maybe I'm looking for something that has the keyword Mozilla in it. Okay. So I can add those two using the A icon over here to highlight them, and now it's highlighting them in the system. So maybe the next thing is that maybe I see something on the screen, so I pause it, right? And I come back in here, and maybe I want to grab something, the timestamp of when it occurred or whatever I'm doing for debugging. So this just allows you to capture the information in a real-time way. When you're done, you can jump to the bottom, just resume the operation. You can also do these fancy split screens in it. Sometimes that can be helpful for monitoring another data source or just highlighting additional things that you might want to see. And then you can also quit out of it. You can stop the LiveTell. You can also exit at the top. So that's LiveTell. That allows you to look at your real-time data that's coming into the system. And let's see, that takes us then to Lab 3. Okay. All right, so Lab 3, we're going to chart this data. So the data that we just created, we're going to actually go through and develop a query. So this query is going to have a few more steps to it so that you get the idea of a basic, well-designed query. And we'll talk you through that. So grab everything, these 3 lines here. We're going to aggregate our results that are coming in using that same scoping line. But we're going to use the default ones that are in here because they're connected with this lab. So go back then after you've highlighted those in Lab 3 and paste those into the log search. So I took everything from what was at step 1, those 3 lines, okay, and now let's just run it. So once you got that pasted into a query, just run that 15 minutes, and let's take a look at that. So this is what it created for us, is it created this brand new aggregate tab. So we still have our underlying messages if you click on that tab, and that's what we've been looking at so far. And you can see the things that it parsed out using this parse anchor. So you can see the items, but now because it did the aggregation command count, it counted all those status codes that we parsed up here. So now it's counted all our 200s, all our 304s, all our 403s, we got 1,898 page not found, 404s. So it's given us that aggregated data results. So this is how you can start to take your log messages and extract data and aggregate those results in any different forms, such as count. Now, what if, that's a nice snapshot in time, but what if you wanted to look at it over time, right? We want to start to analyze and be analytical with our data. So what we're going to do is we're going to add these last 2 lines here, or if you want to, you can just copy the whole thing. It doesn't matter, but I'll show you how to add these last 2 lines. So I'm just going to grab time slice 1 minute, and I'll explain those as we're going over. So I'm going to put those right in here, right after the parse. Yeah. And what this is doing, I just highlighted my text and paste over to copy them in, or you can copy the whole thing once again and open a brand new query, whichever way. So what this is adding is now we're going to basically, to look at data over time, the first thing you have to do is you have to put it in buckets, so to say. So we're going to group them, right? So we're going to say everything in the last minute that happened, those log messages are in one time slice. And then 2 minutes ago, those were in one time slice, and 3 minutes ago, and 4 minutes ago, and so on. And then we're going to count using those time buckets. We're going to count all those status codes. So we're basically going to do the same thing, but look what happens when we run this now, is now we're going to aggregate that with time. So now we have the time component in there for each of these status codes and then their subsequent count. Do you see that? The time, now the status code and the count. So really nice. Now we're looking at data over time. But we're still not completely happy with this, how this is looking. So let's kind of look and see what else we can do here in this lab. We can actually transpose these results. Some of you might be familiar with this if you're an avid Excel user. The transpose command allows you to, basically it's a formatting thing. It allows you to dictate what you want on the rows and what you want in the columns. So copy everything in that last line, or once again, feel free to just copy this whole thing and put it into a new log search, whichever way. In fact, I'll show that just so that people know that they don't have to be pasting and inserting and all that, at least not at this point. All right, so now I got that whole next part of the lab. So now the transpose command, what is it going to do? It's telling me to put everything on the rows as time, which, you know, that's usually what we do, is we put that for the x-axis, so to say. And then all my columns going across are going to be the status codes. And then where did it put the count? Right there in the intersection, right? So there I have 755 of these 200s that occurred at this time. But what's really cool is because I use the transpose, is now I can see all those different status codes for that same time bucket. So here's 936, 937, and that's the other benefit, is it also put them into ascending order. So it went back 15 minutes and it said 36 past the hour, 37, 38, and counted down, or sorry, counted up in time. So now that's the aggregate. Remember, you still have your underlying messages here. You can go back and you can look at your logs and all that, but now you've aggregated your data. So now what we're going to do is the next obvious thing is, what if we want to look at that visually, that data visually? So we're going to create a chart. So it's really simple. We're just going to go over here and choose these charting icons, and you'll see them. And then we're going to come back and we're going to play with customizing that chart a little bit. So the first thing is, when you're in the aggregate tab, that's when you get all this good stuff over here on the middle of the page to the right. First one is, if you want to output a .csv file, click on that. And that will export your results to a .csv file. So mine is coming up as a numbers document. So you can see that, and maybe you need to pass this on to some app that perhaps is not in one of our 200 apps, some other custom tool that your company has, or just send data to your manager or whatever. So that's your exporting a .csv. This is always by default in the table form. So now we're going to go to the different charts. So this is bar chart. You have a couple of directions on that. You can do a line chart, area chart. Just kind of click on all of them, play around. And this is your donut, you know, if you will. And you can also change that into a circle graph. Box plot doesn't apply to this, but, you know, that's what it would have, the quartiles in it. Lovely math, huh? So now we had, if you click on this last one that's highlighted, that gives you your total number. You saw that in some of the dashboards in the demo I was showing. Sometimes that's important, just to get that total number, right, of your results. Now there's a couple that are grayed out, and we'll be playing around with those this afternoon. So you'll see those a little bit more. Now what we're going to do is we're going to move into the next lab. And Well, actually, what we're going to do is we're going to add a filter. I got to slow myself down. We're going to add a filter. So we talked about the scoping line and that the keyword get is a filter on the incoming data. So we're just filtering on any of those Lab Apache Access log messages that have get in them, right? But what if we wanted to filter on something else? That's where the where comes in. So this where that we're going to use is going to basically allow us to customize this graph. And what it is if we go back and, so I'm going to copy that. I'm going to just copy that one line. That's all we need. And I'll talk about where we insert it here in a moment. But why we're doing that is if you go back to maybe a bar graph or a line graph, one of those, you can see that there's a couple that are really off the chart relative to the other ones. They're not as easy, they're not as granular, right? Can't really read them. So you could toggle them off, and you could, not my 302s, but my 304s. You could toggle those off, and then you would start to see the granularity of the underlying log messages, of the data. You can also be looking at this in a line chart. So you can toggle these off, but what if you wanted that to be permanent as a filter in yours? So what we're going to do is right after the parse statement, if you go to the end of the line and hold down the shift, this is called a soft return, shift enter. So a shift enter creates a new line in your query, because we try to minimize this to maximize your display area. So we try to keep this to minimal lines of code. So what I did is I added this where filter. Now, a best practice is to put it as close to the scoping line as possible, okay? So what I'm doing here is the closest I can put this is to filter out these 200s and these 304s is I have to first have them. So here's my status codes that I parsed, because I didn't do this as a field extraction rule. In this case, I did it in the query, okay? Well, yes, the order does matter. Somebody's asking about this order. Yes, so that's what I was explaining is you have to, you can't, whatever you need to filter on, it has to first be defined. So in this case, I'm parsing that out here. So I have to put the where after that, but I'm also putting, so it has to be after the parsing, because that's where I'm getting that metadata, right? I'm creating this source code metadata, and then I'm using it in the where for both equal to 200s and equal to 304s. So what that's going to do, as you'll see here in a minute, is it's going to filter out where I don't have these, okay? So where it's going to filter out any of that data. So it's saying not. Here's the Boolean not. Okay, so if I run this now, what I'm going to see is I'm going to see that I'm not going to any longer have the options. So it filtered out all my 200s and my 304s automatically for me. So the way this reads is where not equal to this status code being a 200 or the status code being equal to a 304. And remember, this is a Boolean or, they are explicit. That means you must have them in. I can't delete this. It would have changed the meaning, not function. So ands are implied. You can remove them if you want. So this would work the same without the end, but the ors and the nots must be there, okay? So that's really nice. Now, what would you probably want to do with this display? Now, once you have either this line chart or if you're playing around with the bar graph, you probably want to put that into a dashboard. So that's where we're going, is we're going to go and create and then share a dashboard. So we'll talk about the sharing. All right, so creating a dashboard, it's really simple. We're just going to click on this little add to dashboard up in the top right, kind of in the middle of the screen on the right. And then we're going to fill out a little bit of information about creating this dashboard, and you'll actually be able to see a dashboard. And then we'll share it. All right, so let's go do that. So right here on this page, do you still have that Search 9 open? Hopefully, or whichever one your number is called, the one that has the bar graph or line chart for all the status codes that came in. We're going to now click on this Add to Dashboard. Do you see where I'm hovering just above the legend? Oh, and you might want to play around. We were toggling these off, but you can see that you can toggle them on and off. That's really nice. But Add to Dashboard, if you click on that, notice you're going to create a little pop-up will appear, and then from this, you're going to create a brand new dashboard. Or if you have privileges, you could add to an existing dashboard. It's, in this case, for the lab environment, we're just going to create a new one. So first you give it a panel name. Now this doesn't have to be unique because your panel is going to be within your dashboard. Your dashboard name has to be unique so that in the training environment, other people don't use the same dashboard. So I'm just going to type, I'm just going to leave mine as search 9, I don't care. But on the dashboard, I'm going to give it that name that I had. I'm going to call it dashboard DB JAS, and then what was I using? 668 is what I was using. And then it just wants me to click to confirm that that's the new dashboard that I want to create. And then it's going to put that in my personal folder, so I'll just add that. And now you'll see that it's going to open up a brand new tab for me as a dashboard. I have the green display in the tab, and that indicates it's a dashboard. And then you'll see that your panel, I just left mine as a default. You can rename it here. You can rename anything. You can see the little edits up here. In the lab, it tells us to go on and create another little panel. I'm not going to actually do that just for time's sake right now, but you can do all that by clicking on these more icons and adding a panel if you want to play around with that. But I want you just to kind of grab, and you can see that you can move these. So when you have more than one panel, you can relocate them and arrange them just by grabbing. It's just intuitive to just grab and move them around. You can also, with this little 3 vertical dots, if you like those darker thing that we also offer, maybe that suits the environment that you're trying to look at these dashboards, feel free to use that. Okay. All right, so that's dashboards. Now let's go on and let's look at, like I said, I was going to skip. I think the next thing is we want to share this dashboard. So now that you've created a dashboard, we only put one panel in ours, but imagine that you created something really fancy, and now you want to share it with other people, right? Show them, this is what I want you to use. So we're going to click on share, and we're going to talk about sharing. So if you go over here, do you see this little share icon right here? So if you click on share, it's going to pop up. So this little share icon right here by done editing at the top right is what I clicked on. Let me show it one more time just in case somebody missed that. Share. And there's multiple ways of sharing in here. I can show you another one just in a moment. But now here's where you have ability with your RBAC controls. You can use roles, so role-based, or you can share to a specific user. So you can just type in whoever you want. So if I go send it to everybody in my group, training at sumologic.com, now everybody in my group is going to get that. Well, actually, I'm sending to Abby. I don't want to bother Abby. But anyways, I would type in my user role. Then you can grant what kind of level of access. Do you want them to have outright managing capability to delete it and everything, or just edit? Because maybe they're collaborating. Maybe they're going to add more to it, give you feedback. Or maybe you just want them to use it, and so they have view privileges. You can also grant the more advanced access with this drop down on conditions that you want to set. When they get this, they'll be notified by an email. You can toggle that off if you want, but that's then you can attach a note like, why did you send it? This is for project XYZ, right? Whatever it is. Now, this is the feature that I loved when I started at Sumo. See who has access, because when you're starting new, you don't know who already has access to things. So by default, it always gives the person who created it, so in this case, my name, here to manage it. But if you were a new timer, or somebody's saying, hey, I need access to such and such, you can go in here and see who has access. So I like that. You can also click on these shareable URLs, and you can copy those, and this will also be another way you could actually share it with them. So you can use the shareable URLs here and just copy those. And you can now go take this and put this into whatever communication vehicle you want. You can also set the tone for how you're going to, what they're going to receive in the email. So in this case, with the email, they're going to receive this particular dashboard. So I'm going to go ahead and just give it a quick little, I guess I'll send it to my analysts, and I'll share mine. Or my administrators, it doesn't matter. And I'll share it. So now I've sent that out. They'll get an email on that, and that's really easy way to share. Another way to share, because we use this icon here, is you can share, like, let's say I wanted to share this query, or maybe I wanted to share this whole Apache file, the whole folder. I can just use these 3 vertical kebabs in here, and I can do a share this way, and it brings up the same field. So there's usually more than one way to do something in our UI. Yes, somebody's asking a question about, can dashboards be shared to people that don't have accounts, and yes, they can, as well as you can share them outside your organization. Now, that's all admin and security policy kind of discussions to have internal discussions on, but yeah, we give you the capability if you want to share with others, the dashboards. All right. All right, so that's lab 4. So now I'm going to do a modifying your dashboard. Let me look at the time. I just want to make sure I'm keeping us on time. So let me do a quick little time check. Let's see. We are headed for the testing at 11. Okay, so I'm pretty close. I think I can wrap up. So I think we're doing okay. That's always good to hear, right? When the instructor thinks we're doing okay. Hopefully you're doing okay. I'm hanging in there myself. Got my coffee. It finally got a little cold because I didn't make more at break. I just drink 1 cup. I can't see myself drinking too many cups of coffee. It just would keep me up all night. All right, so lab 5 in modifying your dashboard. What we're going to do on this one is we're going to take a quick dashboard, and if you want, you can try to follow along with me, but I'll kind of consider this one a demo one just for the sake of time. So I'm going to go and find that Apache overview. Do you remember we created one, we downloaded this app, and then I'm just going to add a customization to it. You'll see that I'm going to add this where in step 3. So in lab 5, step 3 is where kind of the significant portion happens. So the whole intent of this lab is that you can go and you can get an existing dashboard. So here I'm going to go to my personal, and actually there it was. I guess I can go right back to it. I'll just put the 668 as a key. All right, so there's the Apache that I downloaded back in lab 1, I think it was. And then what it wants me to do is open up the Apache overview. So I'll open up the Apache overview. And then you can see there's various panels in here. The visitor's location is this nice map, right, that we can see, and we can drill around into stuff. But notice that it's showing us just the United States. So what we want to do is open up the underlying query. So here we're going to customize an out-of-the-box app is what we're doing. Okay, so you can take any of our out-of-the-box apps and fine-tune them to your needs. So when I click on that open and search, what I'm going to do in here is I'm going to add that where statement in here so that I can filter on just the United States. Like I don't want to see the rest of this information at the moment. I just want to filter on the US. So first let's talk about, let's grab the filter and then let's talk about what's going on in this code. So I will copy that, and then where you insert it, I'll explain as we go through, but go to the end of what's called the lookup, the 3rd line from the bottom, and then do that shift, hold down your shift key and press enter or return to create a new line. So shift enter or shift return, and then paste it in there. All right, so then what we got is right here is that is the filter so that it will just focus on the United States. So how does all this work? Well, let's talk about it. First, you have your scoping line, and notice we don't have any keywords, so we're just bringing in all the lab Apache access log messages, no filtering on them at this point. Then we do 3 different parse regexes. We talked a little bit about parse regex when we were looking at field extraction rules, but basically what this allows you to do is it's setting up metadata, like this was the IP address, so it's extracting an IP address out for you. Now, if we go look at the message tab, you can see those IP addresses. They're in here somewhere. So like here's an IP, the source IP that was right there, okay? So you can click back on the message tab and you can go find any of these parses and you can see them displayed. So after we get all that parsing done, then the next thing we do is we do this lookup, and the easiest way to read this is kind of backwards. So what I do is I'm passing that source IP, so whatever IP address I extracted, all these different IP addresses that I extracted, I'm passing that into this GeoLookup database. And that GeoLookup database then returns a whole bunch of parameters to me, which I can define. And there's like 20 some in this command if you go look at this command for lookup. And it's going to return all these values. Then what I do is I count all these values, okay? So I'm counting all of them, and that's what creates the aggregate tab, right? Because now I've aggregated that data. And then I just sort it so that I have all those counts into what we call descending order. So starting with the highest and then the lowest, okay? So why did I do this? Because that's going to filter on just the United States. It's going to basically say where the country name, which country name is passed right here in the lookup. It's one of the parameters that gets returned. So where country name equals the United States, and then when I run this, I'm going to see just it zoom in on the US data, and I'll only be able to see that data. So this is a way that you can take any of our out-of-the-box apps, pre-existing apps that, we have over 200 that you can choose from, and you can use them in the system and customize them to whatever you need. All right, so now the very last lab, and it is the last lab because I actually already talked about help, and that's actually a lab we kind of let you just do on your own, but if you want, before you take the exam, or maybe just get help as a reference is what I recommend to a lot of people, because it's kind of obvious what it does, but it's just kind of reviews our different ways you can get help in the system. But create an alert is very, very important, because you're not going to always have eyeballs on these dashboards, right? So you want to get alerts, and you want those alerts to be meaningful. So you want them to be alerts that you've filtered down on some meaningful data, such as using these where statements on like the United States. So how do you do these? Well, you're just going to click on that Save As again that was right underneath the query builder, and then we're going to fill out a little bit of information, and I'll talk about how you set up an alert as we go through. So using this visitor's locations, okay, just click on, do you see where it says Save As right here? Save As, click on that. And now it's going to pop up, what all it's going to save, because that's what it's thinking you want to do, right? Then at the bottom, we never talked about this. We talked about all this other stuff. But we never talked about schedule this search. So if I click on schedule this search, then what it's going to do is it's going to default as usual to never. So here it's telling me, that I don't have an alert set up. But if you see the little drop down on the right, click on that. And you can see that we offer several different states of time. So you can look at every 6 hours, real time. You could even create a custom cron if nothing that we offer, the items we offer aren't of your interest. So I'm just going to use, if I do it real time, that means it's going to be running it continuously. It's a continuous query, and you only have so many of those. So because we want to protect you from somebody just setting that up and grabbing a whole bunch of data, and then your ingest budgets go out of whack, right? So every 15 minutes is one we'll use in this lab. We'll just choose that one. So we'll just use that as our customization of our run frequency. So every 15 minutes is going to do a test for this alert, okay? So it's going to run this query and test on it. So in this case, here we have this time range selected. I can change, I'm in Denver, as I mentioned to you, the beautiful Mile High city, but I can choose, other time zones if wherever I'm located. And then I can send a notification every time the search is complete, or I can add additional conditions met to it. And where this comes in is you get results back. So I could, if I just run it, and that's what we're going to set this up to be, is just run every time as the search is complete. But if I wanted to set it on conditions, I could say if I have 2 results that came back, so if I choose that, it's going to then ask me for, what do I want to do? Like maybe I want to say if I have 5 results that came back with this alert, then I choose my number over here, increase it, so maybe I want 4 or 5 results, then trigger this alert. Okay, so you can also set up additional conditions on it. So where that would come is back under the message tab, how many results when it runs this query I received, right? So anyways, we'll talk a little bit more about alerts. There'll be another opportunity later in the day. But what you need to understand for passing the certification really is this email down here is one of the 5 types. So there's 5 different ways. Let me say that a third time. There's 5 different ways that you can set up an alert. So the first one that we'll look at is an email. So you can send an email on failure to each owner. Here's the recipients. You can type in whoever you want to send this to. If I want to send it to everybody at training@sumologic.com, okay. I'm not going to actually create this alert, but I'm just telling you how you set it up. So I'm going to cancel out of this, which I recommend you do also. Otherwise, we'll probably have to help you clean it up later because you'll be sending alerts to somebody. But subject matter, you can design this however you want to have your operators or whoever's going to be getting these alerts, so that they know how to recognize the severity, maybe, what's happening in them. You can also attach these messages to them. You can even do a .csv if you're waking up somebody in the middle of the night, right? So that's email, pretty easy. What's the other 5 ways? You can do a script action. So that's like a AWS Lambda function, something like that, where you're going to do some automation from these alerts. You can do a ServiceNow connection where ServiceNow is actually integrated within our tool, so you'll see it when you do right mouse clicks on a lot of things. So ServiceNow allows you to manage using the ServiceNow app. Webhooks. So if I go into this, I like to show this because what you have is when you click on webhooks, it'll then ask you the connection. So you can see the different various ones, like maybe a lot of you use PagerDuty or Slack or Freshservice, whatever you might use. So you have webhooks, and then you could, and somebody in your admin has to set those up, you know, obviously as an admin person, but then you can utilize them and connect the alert to that. And then the last one is those lookup tables that we were just looking at. You can actually create your own lookup tables in our environment. So here's a save to index, and then you can come back later and look at these alerts and manage them appropriately. So that's basically the 5 ways that you can create an alert, and you just do it with the save as. Really simple, just saving the query. So I'm going to cancel, but I am going to show you if you do set up these things, you can go and look at them. So how do you do that? Go click on your personal folder again, and then right here, you would just click into the screen, and then you'll see where the magnifying glass, you'll see scheduled searches. This is where all our scheduled running searches are for any queries that we are running as a scheduled search, as an alert in the system. So that's all your scheduled searches, and then you could delete them. You know, when you right mouse click, you can delete and clean these up if there's one that you created. So just personal folder, and then right mouse click, or excuse me, not left mouse click into the, and then the scheduled searches takes you right to it. There was one last thing before I send you off on taking the test that I wanted to show you that I didn't really cover is time. So we just mainly use 15 minutes, but if you click on that, notice you can change it to up to 30 days values in our relative column. So like I can change this to the last 3 hours and run that one if I want. When I've done that, then I now get a recent column, and it starts tracking all the ones that I have in there. So just, are you clicking right up in here so you can see all this? And then you can also create a custom one. Like this is nice and handy. Like last week, somebody comes running up to me and they say, oh my gosh, you know, last Thursday, the system went down, it came back up, but could you go in and look and see what's going on with our Kubernetes pods or whatever it is? Then I can actually go back and I can set up a custom and access the data back last Tuesday and put in the time frame and all that. So that's how you can change time. You can also change it, like you can just type in a time, like if maybe you don't want one of those nice, pretty even intervals, maybe you want 17 minutes of data, or maybe you might want to do a time range. Maybe you want to look at something like -2 hours to 3 hours. So you're looking at that chunk of time. So you can do ranges also. And then last, I didn't talk about use receipt time. That is something that allows you, if you click on it and you run it, and I'll just go back to the default, choose my last 15 minutes, but click enable that. What you'll see after you've ran it is if you click on your messages, you'll see now that next to the timestamp, which is under always the header time, you now have receipt time. And this might be handy for you if you're looking at one of those kind of special conditions of latency, you know, something that you need to investigate. When did Sumo actually receive this data? So not the timestamp on the log, but when did it arrive at Sumo? So that might be helpful for any debugging that you have. All right, a lot of information, I know. So now I'm going to show you, if you're ready to switch gears, on how you can get in and do the certification, and all of us 4 will be online to help you with any questions you have. So let's talk about taking the test so that you can get Sumo certified today. And don't forget, we do have a special promotion. We don't usually have promotions, but we actually are, if you do all 6 certifications this summer, until supplies, you know, last, we're giving out backpacks, and they're pretty nice. You'll see me playing it on a little reel here in a bit. So what we have here is a fundamental certification. So what you're going to do is an online test, and it usually takes about, we give you 60-minute time limit online, but it usually takes most people 30 to 40 minutes to actually complete the test. So you should have ample time to complete it and then still have a nice lunch break before we start up again. So you get 3 attempts to pass at a 75%. It's pretty much multiple choice kind of questions that all the answers are there, so you kind of just picking the right answer. It's open resource. So the way you get to it is don't test in the training environment, because Your certificate won't have your name. We'll have to figure out what's going on, make that connection. So please don't do it in the training environment. So this is where you need to log into your own Sumo Logic instance. So we have some helpful stuff for that. For those of you that want to take the exam, which we highly encourage you to go ahead and get certified today. I've covered everything so that you should be able to get into the environment. Just make sure that you log in to your name, your Sumo Logic with your full name on it, hopefully, account. Now, I also put in the poll on steps A, B, and then C. If you run into any struggles, those are things to try. Sometimes people have to do step A in the poll because they've never verified their email address, so it just loops them when you click on take the exam. So let me demonstrate taking the exam. You click on the little house. So you got that, you're on the home tab, then go to the certification tab. So the little house and then certification. And then right here, you just click on take the exam. And that will take you to the page that you can start the test. Okay. And yes, please reach out to us if there's anything that you have problems with trying to get into the test. Now, I'm going to get quiet. We want to be respectful and give you some quiet time to take the test, but just remember, even though we're quiet, we're all just hanging out and we're available as a resource to you. Remember, you can use the slides, you can use any of the training environment materials. Just good luck to you, and we hope that you can get into the exam successfully and be able to get Sumo certified. And I'll be back in, I'll put up the schedule so you guys can all see the schedule here in a moment, just so that you know that we'll be returning. I believe it's 12:30 your time. So if I go back here and look, yes, 12:30 is when we'll start up again, okay? All right, let me demonstrate it one more time. If you want to take the test, make sure you've logged into your Sumo environment. On the bottom left, it should have your name. And if you struggle to log into your own environment, remember you can use step B, which you can create a quick free trial. It just takes a couple minutes to set up a free trial. And then you could take the exam in that if you want to, if you're struggling in your own environment. So then certification. So you click on the little house and then certification, and then take the exam for fundamentals. All right, now I'll definitely get quiet. Good luck, everybody. Hello, everybody. All right, time to get started again. Let me share my entire screen. Just one second. There we go. All right, so how did that work out for you all? Saw quite a few people posting to us panelists that you successfully got your certification. So congratulations on all of that. Let me turn off the, sorry, get my little cue here, turn off the closed captioning. We're ready now to do search mastery, okay? But prior to that, just want to remind you that we have the Q&A window open. You can ask anonymous questions, so please get all your questions, anything that pops into your head, just throw it out there for us and we'd be glad to address it. And really want to let you know that this training environment is open to you 24/7. You can go in and access the information that's in here. And you can even export information from this if you would like to and use it. You would have to change, you know, the queries around, but well, let's play a little bit this afternoon and take a look at that. I want to also just remind you of the overall schedule because a lot of people were asking about the overall schedule. So just looking at where we are, we finished all this. So now we're at the 12:30 mark, which is the search mastery presentation. So this is designed similar as this morning. So from 12:30 to 1:40, and then we'll try to, remember, I'll try to hit the mark here at 1:40 to take a 10-minute break. so you can go get rejuvenated, because we're going to be covering quite a few labs in Search Mastery. And then we'll wrap up with the test and all just as we lead into the user group at 3 o'clock. And certainly hope that a lot of you will stick around for the user group, where you're going to get a lot of, as Tom pointed out, a lot of useful information. And just a reminder, this is Tom, and he'll be back with us speaking in the user group, and Todd Hicks, as well as you have myself and Rob, Nick, and Steve all online with you right now, helping you answer your questions. Okay, so please just keep the questions coming, and we're glad that a lot of you posted. Some of you even posted it out on LinkedIn, so that's really cool. All right, so with that, let's get started. Let me get back to my PowerPoint here. And get my going. Okay. All right, so what we're going to be doing today then is learning how to be a Sumo power user. That's what this second Search Mastery is all about. So in this, you're going to be covering these topics. So what we have here is learning how to use unified logs and metric solution. So remember, I was demoing that earlier for you, where you were able to click on that heat map, or at least I was able to click on the heat map. You're going to actually be doing that in the labs here and playing around with both logs and metrics. In case you weren't aware, you get default metrics as part of your package from Sumo, so make sure you're using that to the best of its ability. And then developing a tool set for basic and advanced analytics. So here, this is just kind of the combined combination of, we're going to be looking at we're going to start with some very basic things you can do in queries, and then we're going to build from there. So taking you more into the advanced. And then making Sumo work for you. So how do you monitor trends and critical events and use those best cases, those best practices in setting up those alerts? So we'll be doing that. And then we also have peer use cases. So that's all out under community. So you might want to access, there's some that are incorporated into the labs, but also if you want to look at more, they're out there for you. And then getting Sumo certified at the end. So it kind of breaks down like this. What you'll see is in this one, there'll be very few slides. You can see I'm just going to introduce Search Mastery in 5 minutes, and then we're going to dive right into the labs. And then pretty much it's going to be, you're going to be looking at searching, parsing, and we're going to dive more into actually viewing a field extraction rule a little bit further in this training, and making sure we address all your questions on that. And then conditionals and filtering operations, plotting on a map, formatting results. So you'll see a lot more aspects of formatting in this. This morning you saw the transpose and briefly the sort. So we're going to be playing around more with formatting, because of course it's important not just to get your data, but to get your data in a way that's viewable the way you want it to look. And then moving averages, you know, the nice rolling delta changes over time with the nice average indicator that you can merge. So you're going to actually learn how to create those, because a lot of our customers, that's important to them. And then trends and outliers. You'll see various techniques that we'll use for doing predictions for risk mitigation, as well as you could use it for forecasting and just in general. Outliers, so some of those graphs where we're showing the pink or pink circles or pink triangles, those are outliers. So you're going to learn how easily you can create those and do comparisons using the log compare and the log reduce. So somebody, I remember this morning, had asked, hopefully you're still with us, and we're actually going to delve a little bit more into that and talk a little bit more explanation. Then at the very end of this Cert Jam for Search Mastery, this course, we're going to touch on metrics. So there'll be 2 labs that basically will tie in that unified logs and metrics and allow you so that you can start playing around with your key performance indicators in your systems. And then at the very end, we're going to create what we call a meaningful alert. So we have an example here of how you do that, and just making sure people are good with setting up alerts. Then, like this morning, you'll have the last 60 minutes or so to get certified. Heads up on this, you know, that basically it's the same design of certification test, you know, where it's open resource, and basically you'll have a time test, 60 minutes. But one of the key differentiators is to know that since this is the next step in the course, You know, if it took you like 30 minutes to do the test or 40 minutes to do the test, maybe accommodate another 10 minutes, you know, is what we normally see people. So just kind of giving you that time indicator. All right, we already talked about all these, so I'm going to move right to getting you logged into the training environment. So I'm already I got these all queued up, so I'm going to go ahead and send this in the chat. So your instructions, in case you no longer have them, remember you want to protect the way that you log into your Sumo Logic account to take your certification later on, and potentially still leave the training environment open. So the first thing that you might want to do is, if I walk you through this, is once again that incognito tab potentially, or maybe use an entirely different browser than you normally use. All right, so let's talk about that. Let me get out of this. So if I, for example, I normally log in through Chrome, so I could either use a different browser, like I have Firefox on here, or I can go to my Google Chrome and do an incognito window. And so once I'm in the incognito window, then I would just cut and paste from the chat and put in that service. So just to remind you, I know maybe some of you never logged out, which is fine. But if you did log out or you got timed out, potentially you can just log back in using what was in the chat. So then the other part in the chat would then be putting in training plus labs at sumologic.com. All right, and while I'm doing this, let me just find out if you guys, a lot of you are already in. Let me just ask you. So give me a moment. Let me launch a little poll here. And let's see if you're getting into the training environment. Just indicate so that we know we can move along here, and we don't want to leave anybody behind. So training plus labs at Sumo Logic at this URL in an open browser tab. And then the last thing is, of course, the password. So just copy and paste the password in, and you should be all good to go. Okay, and then just click sign in. All right, I'm seeing the bulk of you guys are getting in. I do see somebody indicated, could I repeat the instructions? So yes, I sure can. So in the chat window, you just want to open up a browser tab. And like I was saying, if you want to protect the way you normally log into Sumo to take the certification later, you can do an incognito window in that same browser, like I'm doing Chrome with an incognito tab. So I just, for me on my system, I just right mouse click down here and I get new incognito window. And then it opened up this incognito tab. And then from there, I'm just cutting and pasting the email in that I put in the chat, and then that password. And just be careful that you don't have any extra spaces. Sometimes if you have like an extra space in the password, right, that will throw it off. All right. Now, if anybody's still having issues, please just reach out to us in the chat, and one of us will jump in there and help you. So I'm going to stop sharing on that and that poll, and we're going to move on. And any outstanding questions from anybody this morning, this would be a good time to interject them. Hopefully you've been asking your questions as we go along. Oh, you didn't see the new poll? Oh, that's interesting. Maybe I don't know why. Sorry about that. I did see that some people did respond, so some people are seeing it, I guess. So I'm not sure what happened there, but just let us know if anybody's still having trouble just getting in. Thanks so much for telling me that you didn't see it. All right, so now we're back in, okay, to the training environment. And what we're going to do first is, just like we did before, is we're going to go and get the certification labs. So if you could click on the little house once you're logged in, and then click on the certification tab, and then slide one over to the right where you see the green search mastery here. And then in this, you can see it says hands-on labs. So if you would click on hands-on labs, that will take you to the labs activities that we're going to do this afternoon. And you should see 15 labs pop up. I know that looks like way more than this morning, but these are shorter. Most of them are a lot shorter. The first few are a little bit longer, but I'll navigate us through those and we'll be able to accomplish it all. All right, so now the other thing I wanted to show you is when you're in here, if you go back to the Learn tab, Do you remember this is where we went and accessed the slides? So you can go to community here and type in the keyword slides, and you can get to the slides just like we did this morning. So I'll demonstrate that. So click on community, type in slides, just to make sure everybody knows. Because even though I didn't talk about the slides, there's a lot of good reference material in there that might help you for an exam question. So you don't have to go look it up somewhere else. So here's the slides for Search Mastery. You can just click on that again, just like you did with fundamentals, and now you have access to the slides. All right. All right, so we've opened the labs, we've looked at the slides. The last thing I like to point out, well, actually there's two more that I like to point out, is the cheat sheet and the online documentation. So the cheat sheet, if you go to that, and in case you were off the screen, that's the Learn tab. I'm still at the Learn tab doing all this, so I'm clicked on cheat sheet now. And when you click on that, it should open a tab that points to all of our cheat sheet information. So if you scroll down, you'll see it starts with parsing. So these are all the operators you can use with parsing. And then as you scroll down, you'll see aggregation. So this is a collection of all the aggregation commands. And then you keep going down and you see the search operators. Okay, and there's quite a few. When we're visiting you in person, we usually have these little handy dandy two-page kind of fold out. Let's take a look at that so that you know where it is. You have an online version here. So as you see, I'm hovering over PDF version at the top of the log operators cheat sheet. Click on that. And when I click on that, now I get this nice kind of reference sheet, once again with the grouping, so I can see all 4 pages. So this might be kind of a nice reference for you to know where this exists and potentially use. Okay. All right, so then the last thing is online documentation. So I like to show you this here because oftentimes when I'm doing these queries, you might be sitting there going, well, I want to know more about that particular operator. Like I talked about it, but maybe you want to actually see more functionality and more description about it, maybe some other examples. So click on Docs, and that will open our online documentation. And then from here, you can put a keyword in and search for it. And I'm actually going to demonstrate this as we're going through the labs, but you might want to have a documentation window open. All right, so I opened up quite a bit. First, we got the labs, and they slid way over to the right on my screen. So I'm going to slide them back over because once again, I get tired if I have to move all the way over there every time. So I want to keep the UI really close to the labs. So you might want to drag yours over too. And then it's up to you, but you can leave these open, or at least now you know how to access them, okay? All right. Okay, so a person is asking about the managed data settings. They're probably maybe still kind of wrapping up the exam, or maybe have a question referring to that. So what I want to show you what I put into the chat during the exam time. We're actually in the process of updating these questions, well, the answers for the questions. So if you go and look at managed data, it used to be that we had a settings tab right under collection for those of you that have used our tool for a while. But just in the last couple weeks, we came out with a separation where we have a logs and a metrics. So a couple of questions, it kind of cycles through the questions in our exam. A couple of the questions that some of you might have gotten did say about managed data settings still, and I apologize, but basically that's now been separated into logs and also the metrics tabs. So for like the field extraction rules, when I showed it to you earlier today, I clicked on manage data logs, and then I could get to the field extraction rules. So just wanted to point that out because I know somebody just asked a question. Thank you for the question about that. Let me see, is there anything else outstanding? I don't see anything. Oh, can you access the cheat sheet PDF again? Yes, I can. All right, so the way I did that is back in the UI, all you need to do is click on the little home tab here, and then if you click on the learn tab, and then cheat sheet is right here. So if you click on cheat sheet, it will open up the cheat sheet. That's a little bit tough to say 3 times in a row. And then you can either scroll down and use the online version as it is, which gives you a little bit of description and examples over here, as well as we have the PDF version up at the top that you can click on and open up. So hopefully that answers your question. All right, so let's get going. All right, once again, I'm getting my labs really close. I'm just gonna leave all that stuff open. It's all good stuff. But let's start. Now we've already accessed the training environment, so we're going to go right to lab 1. All right, you can see there's quite a few steps in here, but it's not that long of a lab, but the idea is to reinforce some of the stuff that I talked about earlier today. So I'm going to go right to one that's a little bit more kind of what we haven't covered in detail. So I'm going to go to 3. Okay, so if you go to source categories, we already talked about scoping line for 1 and 2, but let's copy everything from step 3. And you remember it's the same thing. You just go here and go plus new, click on log search, and paste it in. So I'm using the contents of step 3 here. Okay, so I just copied and pasted from step 3. Okay. All right, so now with that, what is this doing? So first we're pointing to, on our scoping line, we're pointing to labs Apache access. Then we're using the Boolean operator and to combine these two. So what we're saying is we want to see all of the log messages, and I'll go ahead and click on start. Also, if you want, you could just hit return or enter on your keyboard. That also does the same thing as clicking on the start. So either way. When it runs now, you can see that it's going to look for any log messages that have the keyword error in it or begin with CHECK, check, because you can see the wildcard being used. So remember, you can use wildcards anywhere you want. So here we're using it in the keyword. So now, now I can see everything coming in from that source, and I'm pointing specifically to that Labs Apache access source. So remember, an OR is explicit. You must always write it into the query, but I could actually delete the end, and this would run just fine if I ran it again without the end. So ends are implied. All right, so back on to this. So we already played around with time. I showed you how you could adjust the time. So let's go to this one because we haven't seen something like this previously. Copy step 5. And I can either just overlay it if I don't care about saving this and just kind of moving on, or if you want, you can open a plus new and open a brand new log search. You'll see me doing both throughout this afternoon. And part of this afternoon is also teaching you a little bit of technique, so I'll be talking about that. Like one of the things I like to do is when we're going to be creating a lot of queries, I don't really need this. It's kind of wasted space, so I use that arrow and I expand out my query. And then oftentimes you'll see me hiding the histogram because I don't need that visual. I want to go and look at the data coming in oftentimes. So now what have we done here with this OR? We have combined 2 different sources of data. So we're looking at our Labs Apache errors and we're looking at our Lab Apache access. Now, this is one way you can do it with the OR. Another way you can do it to look at both this data. Oh, and maybe I should point out, how could you verify this? So when you run this, you know, and you're looking at 2,044 pages, don't forget you have the hidden in the browser field, and you can either populate these up and actually display them, or you can just even click on them, right? We did this at least once this morning, so wouldn't be bad to reinforce it here because it's a great user interface tool. Now I see that I'm getting both of those with the OR, right? It also gives me, notice, a percentage breakdown. I can see my 97 to almost, a little bit more than 2% kind of split. So this is really nice to be able to click on that, and you can also see the number 2 over here. Another thing to kind of highlight is you see the little letter A. That means it's an alpha. Okay, so that if I have a number, then it would have a little number noted by it in gray. And if it's time, you'll see the little clock. So we give you some indicators for those. So maybe one thing to play around with is you see your size down below. Go and activate that up so you can see it up at the top. And now it's displaying over here, right? Remember, you can close out any of these. Like if I no longer want to look at my source category, I can just deactivate it. So toggles it on or off. Now, one of the cool things, this has 5,253 some metadata tag fields that are associated with size. So this is the metadata, tag, name, size, and this is how many fields came in the last 15 minutes from these 2 particular sources. So if I actually click on that, Now it's going to give me that breakdown just like I saw before, but now I could maybe use these down here and say, okay, give me my, maybe I want to look at my bottom values. Maybe I want to look at my top values. So I could click on this and it opens a brand new query, and now I have my top values. So we have some of these quick and easy pre-set up queries that you can utilize. So once again, that was really simple, just highlighting the size, clicking on it, and then using like one of these drill downs into it. Okay. All right. All right, so let's continue on with the lab. So now we've done those two. The next one is showing the wildcarding. And if you put the asterisk in there, then you're going to get both of these sources. It's just a different way that you can do it. So if I remove all that and replace it with an asterisk, so now I'm just pointing at Labs Apache. This is basically the same thing as I was doing before, because Apache only has two errors and logs underneath Apache. So I'm getting both of those. And you can see that because when I hover over source category again, you see two there. All right, as well as you can click at it and see them verbose. So wildcards can be used. Just making sure you see some examples. Now we already played around with the live tail, so for the sake of time, I'm going to skip past that. And I covered all of these aspects. So yes, you can use wildcards in a live tail, but we talked about that keywords aren't case sensitive, right? I can type that get uppercase, lowercase, whatever I want. So none of these keywords that are in here are case sensitive. And is implicit, and or that's true. All right, so we have false, true, and true. All right, so moving on to lab 2. There's only a couple quizzes on it, I think, on the first 2 labs, so it doesn't hurt to cover them because they may appear in the exam later. All right, so lab 2. Now we're going to get into parsing, grouping, and filtering. So here's where we're going to start to pull together more of the best practices of query design. Okay, we covered it at a high level this morning, but now we're going to play around with this lab, and then subsequent labs you'll really, I'll be able to hit home on good practices for when you're doing your queries. So in this one, we can just start with the first line. What that is doing, if you copy that in step 1 and go paste that into a new query. What this is going to do is it's going to point to all your Apache data, and then it's going to use one of those pre-built. Do you remember that slide that I showed you that had those 5 metadata tags for sending data that are pre-built into Sumo Logic UI, so we recognize whatever you associate with this metadata? So we're counting by all those source categories that are connected to Labs Apache, okay? Wildcard, so anything under Labs Apache. So here we see there's 2, just like we saw before. So we can actually see that Apache access and the Apache error listed here. Notice we now once again create an aggregate tab because we did an aggregate operator. So we still have the underlying messages tab that we can click on, but now we also have the aggregate tab giving us the source that we counted by and the actual count for each one of those sources. Now you might be saying, why do we have so many? It's a training environment, so we do a lot with Apache in here. All right, I did see a couple of more questions. Why does size have an A on it? So size, I don't know which size you're looking at. Oh, the one down below. Well, there's just 2 that are defined in here, and this one was, you define how you want that metadata field to be classified. So you can either classify the same, so here we have a size that has an A, and here we have a size with a number on it with an uppercase. So it's up to you, when you set them up. So you can define the string if you want it to be a string, if it's a number, you get to define that when you set them up. Hopefully that answers your question, but I'll also see if one of our other panelists might want to give you a link or something like that to help you understand more about it. All right, so update the query to parse the IP address. So now that we've seen this first one, now this one changes a little bit. We're going to use that parse regex again on this Apache data. So go ahead and copy all that. And I'm actually going to go down and copy everything in step 3. So if you want to, just skip that, what I was just doing, and just get everything in step 3, because it's basically a repeat, except this one has the filter on it. So let's go ahead and do that. Go and paste it into a brand new plus new log search. Click in here and paste. All right. So we're pointing to our labs Apache data. Do you remember the parse regex? The regular expression is a way to actually parse out a metadata tag name that you define here, where you have the question mark and the arrow brackets. So IP address will be the name of it. And then this is the regular expression. And we talked about that this is up to 3 digits separated by a period, up to 3 digits separate. So hence it's the regular expression for an IP address, version 4. So then count by IP address. So now we're going to take that IP address and we're going to produce a count of it. And I am going to show you how to do a comment because I don't want to run this last one yet. I just wanted to grab it so it's ready. If you put 2 forward slashes, that's one way to comment out everything to the right. So that means all of this now is commented out, anything to the right. You can also do multi-line comments. So if I wanted to comment the last 2 lines, I could do a forward slash asterisk and then close it with an asterisk forward slash. So now that is commenting out the last 2 lines in this case. Okay. I just want to comment out the last line, so I'm going to go ahead and remove these, but I just wanted to show you the ways that you comment. Go ahead and run it. Now we're going to see count by IP address. So here's our IP address, and here's all our counts for each one of those IP addresses that we captured in the last 15 minutes coming in from Labs Apache. Now this gives us a lot of information, right? So we have quite a bit here. So maybe we want to use a filter again. And remember, you always use those as close to the scoping line, close to the top line, which we call the scoping line. So you always use those as close to it, but here I had to wait until I got the count. So this underscore count is a metadata tag that gets created when you run the count operator. So when we did this command, it generated this underscore count, and you can see that's the title of the column here, underscore count. So what we're going to do then is we're going to use that as a variable, basically a metadata field tag, to basically filter on anything greater than 2,500. So any of those counts greater than 2,500, if I run it, now I'm going to see those higher counts. So that's just a way of filtering it down, of narrowing down your data. Now what it wants us to do is just kind of play with the graph that gets generated from that. So let's go ahead and do that. So do you remember that once you create an aggregate tab, now you have access to all the graphs, the different visuals that you can do, donut or line or bar, whatever represents your data. I think in this lab, the one that we figure best represents it is this. Notice that you have this expander over here. I didn't talk about it before, but if you want to just focus in on your visual, just click on the expander and it makes it full page for you. You can still go back to your underlying information, de-expand it and click on your messages and tabs. But that's basically getting to your visuals is the aggregate tab. So if you click back on messages, note you have no visuals there. You must aggregate the data to create the visuals. All right. Okay, so now down here, what if we cared about identifying our top 10 source IP addresses by bandwidth usage? So this is just another example, but it's going to show you a couple of different parse techniques used together. So go ahead and copy that, and let's paste that into a brand new log search. All right, we talked about these, up at the top before. So now after we parsed out the IP address, we're going to use this parse anchor. Do you remember the anchor? So what are we doing? We're looking at our messages that come in, and I'll go ahead and I'll run this so that you can actually see the messages down below. Clicking on the message tab and hiding my histogram for the moment. Now you can see that I parsed out the IP address. So there's the title that came from this parse regex. And then the size came right from this parse anchor. So do you remember what an anchor does is the anchor will look for, what it's going to do here is from the quote, it looks for a space, 200 space, and then whatever is after that within a delimiter again with another space, this asterisk is going to be the field we call size. So let's go find that. So like here in just the first one, I can see a 200, okay? And it definitely has a space before it, a space after it. And so this next field up to this space, this 1120, for example, is going to be put into that size. And so you can see 1120 right here. Okay. So we parse that out using a parse anchor. Then we're going to sum it. So we're going to add it up. So we're going to take all those sizes that we got, so all these sizes that came in the last 15 minutes, and we're going to add them up. And we're going to report them as a total bytes. So when I run this in the aggregate, you see the total bytes now. And we can dictate with the by on how we want it to display. So this is where we start to, format the data a little bit the way we want it. So how do we want to sum up all these total bytes? Well, we want them to sum them up by the IP addresses that we extracted in the parse regex. So very simply now we've displayed those, and then we can narrow it down to just our top 10. So now without this command, I would see more. So I'll run it as a comment, and you'll see that there's more than 10, right? But when I take that off now, this top command will actually take all those IP addresses that came in with their total bytes and use the total bytes for each of those IPs to arrange them in the top 10. Now you can play with that if you want just your top 3. You can customize it however you want. And you can graph it any style that might be interesting to you, whatever makes sense. Okay. All right, so that was too hard. Made it through 2 labs. Hopefully everybody's still feeling good about this. And I just want to make sure that I've checked my breaks, guys, so that I don't go past them. So I'm just going to go click back here a second, make sure that I set the mark. Okay, so 40 after. Okay, so we're doing just fine. Just want to make sure. All right, so what we're going to do here is learn another parsing technique. Now, this is one of my favorites because we all like things that are automated, right? So what's cool about the JSON auto is it will pull out everything from your regular structured log messages that are coming in the JSON format, which right now is probably on average about a third of what the type of logs that you see in your environment typically, and it could even be higher depending on what kind of sources of data you have. So the structured log formats is, increasing, it seems like, out there right now as a trend. So if you copy this, and we're going to use our CloudTrail data, so we haven't done anything yet with CloudTrail data, so Amazon's CloudTrail data is used in this one. So what this is going to do is I'm going to run it, I know we're just looking at data here, but I'm going to comment out the JSON auto and run it first without that. And so what you're going to see is always the default. You're going to get the time and message displayed over here. And then notice that you have a handful, maybe what is there, about 8, 10, something like that, of hidden fields below. But now when I take the comments off and I rerun this, remember, you don't have to always click the start. You can just press your enter to run it or your return key on your keyboard. All right. So what we're going to have here then is with the JSON auto is now when you scroll down, you're going to see all of those constructs that were within the JSON format. So let me kind of demonstrate that to you. So now with our JSON over here, we can see the JSON in the JSON format. We can use these little expanders to drill down into the hierarchy to see the nesting of that. We can also expand it fully by just clicking on the expand, and then that will expand all the expanders everywhere within the JSON. You can also just view it as raw. So you basically have 3 modes. You can view your JSON in the JSON format as raw, and also you can expand your JSON. Okay, so what's happening here is all of these, like AWS region or error code, all of these are basically these metadata tags here. So I'll go find that Amazon one. So if I go ahead, right now I'm viewing it as JSON, I'm going to go ahead and expand that out. Okay, so that I get my field. And now I can see that I have, okay, I had it as raw. Now when I view it as JSON, I can see all the metadata tags that are already in the structure of the JSON log messages. So now I can go to any of these and look at more detail about them. If I go under user identity, I can see, the ARN number, the account ID, the access key, what type of access it was. I can also go to the AWS region. I can see that one over here, as well as I can see it within here. So basically, this is pulling out everything automatically, every single metadata tag, and putting it over here, making it available for you in the parse. So it basically parses everything out for you. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take that parse and we're going to count by AWS region. So if I go ahead and take that and place that here. Now what I'm doing is that hold down my shift. I went to the end of the line, clicked at the end of the JSON auto with my cursor, and then I'm holding down the shift and doing a soft return with shift enter or shift return depending on your keyboard. Paste that in. And now when I run this, I will actually get the aggregate tab, and now it's going to count up all my AWS regions because I can use them because the JSON auto pulled those AWS regions out. So I can use any of that. Now, what if somebody might be saying, what if I only cared about my AWS regions? I really didn't want to pull out all these other hidden fields. You can do that also. So just a quick show on that is, here's my AWS region, and I will go back to not running this JSON auto, and I'll just comment out the count. So I'm going to go back and reset it to just using without the JSON. So if I go here, I can use any of these. I'll just use AWS region as an example. And I just highlight whatever metadata tag I want, then right mouse click, and you see the parse selected key. So you just click on parse selected key for whichever metadata you're interested in. And now it will populate. Do you see that up here? It's populated that one up here. So now if I run this, I'm just going to extract that AWS region. Okay, so that's kind of a shortcut way for you to get to all your regions. And you can see all the different ones that are listed. Okay. All right, so that's JSON. Now we're going to go into no drop. So another thing that you need to understand when parsing in Sumo is the no drop option and what it allows you to do. So basically, if you want to get more information on it, you can always hover over these blue links and it'll take you right to the online documentation. What I suggest is that, so you stay in the labs, you might right mouse click and then say open link a new window. And then it'll open up the no drop in a brand new window or in a new tab, depending on what you want to do. And so this is the no drop option and how you get quickly to the documentation. So now going back here, what we're going to do is I'm going to go to step 4 and just grab, because I want you to see everything. So I'm going to grab all of this in step 4, but I'm going to comment out one of them. Okay. So paste that in. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what this is parsing before I even parse what I'm getting as data. So here we designed this so that you could see at least a couple of different types of data in here. And one of them is the modlog SQL, and the other one has a client with an IP address in it. So the modlog SQL has a message after it that's listed, and this one has an IP address, and they all have a file does not exist. So we have these two types of log messages in here. So what happens in our parser, if I uncomment this, if it parses on the client, so it's going to use this parse anchor to parse on a client, but if that client doesn't exist anywhere in the log message, what will it do with it? Well, it's going to actually not provide those results. And that's because now you're focusing on just looking at the results that do match this anchor, okay? So it's basically filtering out the other log messages that don't match. So what you can do if you don't want that to happen, if you want to keep all your log messages, which is a best practice in the beginning when you're getting familiar with your data, to use the no drop. And so if I put the no drop now in, so I just add the word, the parameter no drop at the end of the parse statement, now you can see that it does not, even though it doesn't match, there's nowhere in here where we have a bracket client field, it basically still retains that information. And that could be of value because maybe you might want to do something with that information, and that's what the lab goes on to do. So in step 5, what we do is we're going to parse that modlog SQL. And so I'm going to go right to step 6 and grab the last 2 lines of step 6. So if you're trying to keep up with me, grab the last 2 lines of step 6, or grab all of step 6 and just paste it into a brand new query, whichever way works for you. And I'm going to go here and I'm going to paste those in by first doing a shift enter at the end of the line and then pasting them. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm not only going to parse that one type that had the client and pull out the client IP, but I'm going to also go to these modlog sequels, and you can see that I'm going to search for that modlog sequel colon, and then the field after the space, anything after that will be metadata tagged as a message field. So what that means is I come over here, here's my modlog sequel in this one, then everything after the space is now going to be the message. So let's go ahead and run that. And I'm going to comment out the last line before I run, just so you can see it without the filter. Okay, so now when I run that, now I can see the messages that were parsed out of all the logs that were coming into the system. So here it grabbed this database right here, and now that's the message. Here it grabbed the child spawned and put it down as the message. So now I have client IPs, and I also have the messages. So I haven't lost anything from my data coming in from my Labs Apache errors. So now what if I wanted to kind of reverse, and now I want to trigger on where my client IPs are blank. So that means the one that I've highlighted right now does have a blank client IP. You see there's nothing listed there. So if I take this and I run it with the filter where, now it's going to do this is blank test on all those client IPs. So wherever they were blank, it's going to look for that and it's going to return those. So now I no longer have those client IPs anywhere in my log messages because it filtered, the where is a filter. So that's just kind of showing you how you can use the no drop and even switch between and not lose any pertinent data, especially when you're new to what your data looks like in your system and getting comfortable with it. It's wise to use the no drop. Oh, somebody's asking about message and messages. That's just what we did in here. This is our default message that's always there. Perhaps we could have called this something else, but we just used the lowercase message. Just we could have called this anything. You know, I mean, if I change that to, I don't know, what should I change it to? Phrase. Trying to think of something that's synonymous. So there now it's called phrase. You know, I mean, and then of course I would have to use that phrase then, you know, wherever if I needed to do something manipulating that, now I would use the phrase for that message. So anyways, nice observation on your part. Good job, paying attention, like that. All right, the parse field. This option allows you to parse on information that's already been previously parsed. So how this works is I'm going to grab everything from step 8, and then you'll see me, I'm going to teach you how to do a multi-line comment real quick. So grab everything from step 8, and you can put this in a brand new query. And I'm getting a lot of queries again. By the way, if you want to keep like a query and you want to rename it, just any of these like from my past, I can just click in here and I can just kind of double click and then I can rename these whatever I want. Like I can call this Jack's stuff, whatever I want to call it. And then hit enter or return on your keyboard and now that will be called Jack's stuff. So you can rename any of these. Remember, you can duplicate them once you've saved them. Maybe you might want to try a modification, right? This is a quick way to test something out without losing your query in a tab. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to close out some things. I just want to keep that last one. I'm going to close other tabs. So now we're getting back to this lab 3 on, what was it, step 8, I believe is what I copied. So this is going to show us how you can parse and then parse again. So we use GitHub. Some of you are probably familiar with that, which you release if you're a DevOps person, you're very familiar. So it's a mechanism tool. There's probably other ones that you could use, of course, but it's one of those that you could use. And whenever somebody releases code, they will have this committer as a literal string in that code. So here we're showing how you could use a literal string with the double quote brackets around it. So I'm going to comment out all these lines real quick. How do you do a multi-line edit? This is just an extra freebie today. So it depends on your keyboard a little bit. Just click anywhere in here. It doesn't even matter where you click. Just anywhere in the query builder. Click in there. Then for the way that works on most people's keyboard is if you hold down your options or your alt, then you'll get this plus sign. So if you're on a Mac, it's the options. If you're on a PC, It's an Alt. So hold down the Options or the Alt, then you see the plus sign appear. Then I want to select the lines that I want to make a multi-line edit on. So then I would just click maybe at the second line, and do you see it's opening up a little bar that I'm slowly dragging down with my mouse. So I just kind of run this from, I just kind of click up in here, just click anywhere in the query, hold down my Alt or Option, get the little plus sign, and then drag it like I like to do in the front of the line, because I'm going to comment all these out in one multi-line edit. All right, so now that I've selected my lines, I'm not even touching my keyboards. It's kind of like riding the roller coaster, right? Arms up. All right, so now you can type whatever you want. You could type the word happy. Maybe you're happy today that you're here for this training, haha. All right, so I'm gonna put in 2 forward slashes and then a space. This is gonna give me that nice quick multi-line edit, and it's gonna make everything run, just the first top line run, okay, for my query. So I just wanted to show you that because that's sometimes helpful. Now for some of you that when you held down your Alt or your Option key, if that didn't work for you, another technique is to go and use combinations. Like maybe you have to hold down your Control or your Shift with that key. So you might experiment. If you didn't get the plus sign, try those other ones. And if all else fails, just comment out multi-line and it'll work too. All right, so now here's committer. So now we did a keyword literal search on this as a keyword. So committer, you can see that right here. We're looking for that particular one. So whenever they have the bracket committer, quotation committer, quote, end quote, then we always find the email. So the email is right before this. So you can see email colon, and then you can see the email address. Now, admittedly, some of our email address in this training environment are kind of a little, designed to kind of disguise, I mean, they're not real emails, basically, is what I'm trying to say. So basically, that's your email address. So now we want to parse that out. So that's what we're going to do in this next line. So go ahead and uncomment the second line and now run the email. It's going to show you everything, email colon, space, and then whatever is following that is going to be the email address. So now, of course, we see that. We see here that I have this email address parsed out using that parse anchor. So now that I've parsed it, what if I wanted to give a report, like maybe my colleague is asking me, hey, can you send me who were the top 5 committers last 15 minutes. I mean, we could do a month data or whatever, a week's worth, but for the sake of time, we'll just keep it to the 15 minutes. So let's say you want to give them that type of report, right? So what we're going to do is the next thing is we can parse again. And what we can do is pull out that user, separate out the user and the domain, and then use the users for the count to give that information to our colleague. So basically, what we're doing here is all of these, this is the field browser on the left, and all of these are the fields going across. So what you first say is you're going to parse a field. So that means it's already something that was parsed. And then which field are you going to point to? Well, you're going to point to the email field. So here's the email field, and you're pointing to all of the values in that metadata tag, okay? So then what you're going to do is you're going to say everything on this side of the @ sign is going to be users. So this first asterisk associates with users, and the second asterisk associates with the domain. So when we run this, if I go ahead and click start, now we're going to see the domain and we're going to see the users, okay? So it broke it into those 2 parts. So yes, you can parse and parse again. And I say that a couple times because I know sometimes it's an exam question, trying to help you out because I know it's the afternoon and you're getting a little tired. Just give you as much help as I can. All right, so count by users. So then we're just aggregating by the users. So we wanted to give this report. And then we want to break it down to the top 5 users for that count. So they're just the ones, so we can see that this person had 122 commits in the last 15 minutes, and this person had 73, and so on and so forth. So that's parsing. Now we're going to move on, parsing and parsing again. Now we're going to move into parse multi. So parse multi is basically a parameter that you can add on to, is there another? Oh, somebody's asking about a parse method that's more efficient than others. I'll let the guys actually elaborate a little bit more on that in an answer, but just to let you know that you have all those in the cheat sheet, and there are some times that the parse regex is probably the best to use, like with field extraction rules, because you want to make sure that you're getting that pattern. So that might be more precise if you're looking for precision. So good question on that. So I know that that one's definitely a value for like field extraction rules. But it's, other than that, I'll let the guys elaborate a little bit more for you. All right, so now moving on to the parse multi, we have underscore source category pointing to this intrusion detection data called lab snort. And let's go take a look at what this has given us. So if you haven't ever looked at this kind of intrusion detection data, maybe you're not a security person, you don't need to go and look at something like this. But basically this data that's coming in, it will, if I run it without the parse, this data has both a source and a destination. So it has two IP addresses in it. So here's the source IP, and then it's pointing also then to the destination IP. So that means it's going to have more than one of these regex patterns. It's going to have more than one match to it if I wanted both of them. So the situation is we give you that fine tuning. So basically you can run this parse regex if you only cared about, let's say, the first match, then you can run it without the multi, and it will only return the source one, the very first one that appears in the log messages. So it's only going to return, you can see this says 178.2.126.10, and you can see it only returned that one. This one, the second destination, is nowhere to be found because we just move on to the next log message and give the source for that and give the source for the next log message and the source for the next. So that's what we're doing. But what if you cared about that destination IP? You wanted to retain that. So you can use the multi. So if you just put space multi, now when I run it again, it will not lose that other IP address. What we do is we duplicate it twice. So you're going to see that the top log message and the bottom log message, they both have the same exact timestamp. They're exactly the same message if you look at them word for word. But what's different here is that we duplicate them because we found two patterns. And so we match the first pattern. So here's the source, and then this is the destination. And then we repeat it again because we have two in all of these. So we would repeat it again. Here's our source, here's our destination IP address, and then repeat it again, and so on and so forth. Now, for those of you that are concerned about money, it does not cost you more to do this. We're not doing double ingest. We're just displaying it in the UI twice so that you can see that you're grabbing all of the regular expressions for IP addresses in these messages. And somebody might be saying, well, what if I have more than two? Well, multi handles as many as you need. So it would just keep finding any additional ones. And if you had three, you would have 3 log messages repeated. So that is the multi operator. That can be very handy to know. Now, we talked about field extraction rules. Let me pause. Does anybody have questions or on that? Otherwise, I'll kind of skip over it so we can cover other stuff. Okay, I'm just looking at the question, the couple questions that come in. The first one says, let me see if I understand it. Can the fields then be placed into different columns? Oh, yes, we have a formatting command called fields. So you can arrange these in any order. So when you're looking at, I think this one had more fields in it. If you want to rearrange this, like maybe you want user, then domain, and then email, you just use our field operator and you can just play with that. And there'll be another lab that I'll be showing that a little bit later. And then what's the other question? How can I get 2 columns, source and destination IP? Oh, well, you can do that. You would just need to extract that out using your parsing, change the query. And we can send you an example of that. So maybe that could be like a follow-up so you can see how you can easily get multiple columns. You would just name them, you would just parse them. Like you could, for example, just off the top of my head, you could just key in, let me go back to that one. You could just key in on maybe the arrow, for example, and do one as a parse regex and the second one as a parse anchor, for example. So you could be using this as an anchor, for example, to get the destination and then call that a different metadata and have 2 columns here. So that's my quick answer for that question. Okay, a little bit more about field extractions. Okay, so let's cover it then. So field extraction rules, this is a best practice, so that's why I ask if you want me to kind of touch on it again. So why it's a best practice is because it offers you, you know, the capability to pre-parse as your data is coming in to Sumo. You can pre-parse, and so then you have not only a common language within your group, but you also have the benefit of not having to have these fields parsed again inside a query and take up precious performance runtime later on. So it really saves you, you know, down the road if you use these field extraction rules. So first off is just to point out, and I think I can use one of these to kind of demonstrate that. So this one in particular, you can see that I have a handful of field extraction rules, you know, that were set up here. Basically looks like all I have is size. The other ones are all the metadata that's built into Sumo. So, but the size is a field extraction rule that somebody set up. And how can I tell that? Because it's not defined as a parse in here. The only thing I'm parsing out in here is the IP address, but yet it shows up in my hidden fields. So now where can I go find size? You know, and I can display it real quick so you can see it. But where can I go find this size? Where was that set up? So then I would go back to my Sumo Logic black pane, and I would go back under Manage Data and Logs. And then when I open that up, I get a new tab, and then I would go over to the field extraction rules. And oh, I know what I didn't show last time that I could show now that would also reinforce it for a few other people, is before I just showed how you could view one, but let's actually add one. Okay, so that size is defined in one of these, so I'd have to go and figure out which one has it. Like this one has a size, but it's probably one of these other ones where somebody made it like an uppercase size. So anyways, let's show how to add a new one. So what if you wanted to totally add something brand new in the system? Now keep in mind, it depends on how your admin has set you up for permission. So if you don't have permission to go and set up field extraction rules and you want to, just talk to your IT person and see if that could be arranged. So when I click on add a rule, now you won't be able to do this in your environment because I have admin privileges, so you guys won't see this, by the way. But I just want to show you, because this is one of the things I love about our tool for field extractions, is name the rule whatever you want, you know, and point to whatever data source you want. I'm going to skip past all that because I think that's intuitive. So here I would use like source category equals Apache access, you know. But this is really cool. You can actually point, we have these set up templates that you can use. So like if you're using Akamai or Cisco or Nginx or some AWS tool that's listed here, you can go, like I'll click on Nginx, you can go right to our use template and you can say, okay, I kind of like what I'm seeing there. Let's see what that does with my data. Then you can customize this. Like maybe you might want to call your source underscore IP something else, like just IP. Maybe you call it IP ADR. So you can customize this however you want, and then save this template and then go back and use it for that particular data source that you put on the scoping line here. So that's field extraction rules, and they're hugely beneficial to you because you're not parsing again in the query. Okay. All right, let me know if you have other questions about field extraction rules, but that's basically it. Conditional operators, I'm just going to talk a little bit about this. We're not going to actually do this lab. We're going to not do lab 4 and 5, but I'm going to just talk about them. So basically conditionals, the way that conditionals work is you would be able to test in this if construct. You're going to test, so if this status code that I parsed, you know, whatever I parsed up here that I want to run a test on, I can test to see if it's equal to some value. So here I'm looking at, is it equal to 200? Is it equal to 404? So these are successful status codes, and these are page not found, if you're familiar with HTML status codes. And then what we're doing is we have this next 2 fields where you're going to pass a 1 as a positive indication of that test, that it passed that test, as a success into that metadata as a 1 value. And then if it's a failure, you're going to pass a 0. Okay. So I'll just kind of demo this, but we won't kind of go through the whole lab for this. The second one does a matching, just by the way. So you don't have to have equivalency tests. You can also match stuff. All right, so let's go ahead and I'm just going to run this and then I'll talk about it. All right, so what we have is, if I go back to the message tab, here's where you can see, let's go look and see if this first log message, how it tested through. And I'll make this a little bit bigger. So here's my 200. So this first log message, that would have been a match, right? It found the 200 in here. All right, so what this returns then is a 1 as a success, and you can see that under the metadata column successes. And it returned a 0 for client errors because when it got down here, it didn't match the 404, so it returned a 0 as client errors. And then what we're doing down here is aggregating so that we're, this is actually 2 different sum commands back to back, and you can do that with the comma when you put the comma in between the 2 aggregate commands. So basically we're summing up all our success count and we're summing up all our error count and we're displaying those as a summary. Now, one other last little thing just to show you in here, and once again, I'm kind of demoing this. So you can actually put weighting on this. So let's say maybe I want my successes to be 5 times as great. So if I run this now, you'll see that it's going to increase the successes 5 times. So these can be used as weighting or voting, if you will, okay? Oh yeah, absolutely. Somebody's asking, so this could probably be used to break out the source and destination IPs in the snort example. Yeah, you can break them out. It's going to give you an indicator, but if you wanted to parse them, you know, because this is just going to give you a flag. It's not going to give you the value. So let me make sure I'm explaining that well. So this, like I said, if you show here, you're just going to get a flag basically that you can then do aggregation and do a count. So if all you care about is how many source and destination IP addresses, then this conditionals could work. But what I was describing back there was, if I go back there a second, is if you cared about both these IP addresses, you could parse this one as a parse regex and don't put the multi, right? Just parse out the first one. And then you could parse the second one using this as an anchor. So that's one way you could approach it. And there might be even better approaches, but just wanted to cover that. All right, so lab 5. I just want to talk through subqueries, so we won't actually show this one because it takes a little while to kind of go through it all. And I just want to cover it enough so that you can pass the certification exam because we do have a little bit of condensed time so that you'll have time for the user group at the end of the day. But basically with a subquery, this gives you kind of like that inner join property. So you can pass information from one source of data to another source, which is what we actually do in this lab. So in this lab, we're doing an inner join, and the way that it works is you just have to put your parent query in and then follow the syntax for your child query. And then the bottom last line in your child tells it what to pass. So here the compose statement says, I want to pass the metadata tag IP back as a keyword, okay? So basically when you put them all together, okay, and so I'll just copy this last step and show it all together, and I'll talk through it just to demo it. All right, so what I'm seeing here is that I have source category equals labs Apache access. And so I'm pointing to one data source within the parent. And then in the child, which is all this code down here up to here, that's all the child. Basically what I'm doing is I'm looking for all my labs Apache errors that specifically have the key string in them, file does not exist at users htdocs. And then I'm parsing out 3 different fields, time, error, and IP using a parse anchor. Oops, sorry. I clicked, my fault. All right, so I'm parsing out these 3 fields, and then I'm using one of those fields, the IP in particular, to get a count of the occurrence of them. And then I'm passing that IP value, whatever it is. So basically I'm passing an IP address as a keyword. And if I go down and actually pull out the IP address, you can actually see that. There it is, source IP. That it's all the same values. So basically it took this IP address and passed it to the parent as a keyword up here. So that's what this is saying. Pass that IP value as a keyword. So you can see that all my source IPs in this column here are all the same source IP. And it ran that against my access log messages. So here I'm passing information that I obtained from one source, my Labs Apache access, up to my Labs Apache error, up to my Labs Apache access as a keyword. And then it's filtering on all those messages for just that IP address. You can see that everything has that particular IP address. So that's just a very simple example. You can use subqueries in our system. So now I'm going to move on to plotting clients on a map. Now, we looked at maps, but we haven't played around with them much. So this was the one that I was telling you earlier that we can actually go in and look at the maps and get a little bit more information on them. So I'm just going to, we kind of played around with this a little bit earlier, and we even ran a filter on it. So I'm just going to go ahead and throw this all in here and demonstrate it to you. But we kind of already did this one in the morning. This one's just aggregating it a little bit differently, where we're looking at just our latitude and longitude coming back. So once again, let me explain. We parsed out this client IP using this parse anchor. So that's the first one. We got an IP address. Then we're passing that IP address. It's best to read these lookups backwards. We're passing that IP address to the database, geolocation, and then it's returning latitude and longitudes to us. So we can see those latitudes and longitudes. And then we ask to count up those latitudes and longitudes. And why are we doing that? Because we want to go and create a map from this. The last thing we do here is we want to create it so that it's in descending order. So we put the sort underscore count. So we're basically told it to put these, you can see this is the highest count, and then it descends from that, counting down. So that we do all that so that then we can click on this little location icon, and when we click on that, now you can see that we have this lovely map. And if I hide my histogram, it gets a little bit bigger, or remember, you can click on the expander and look at it more. So that's just basically showing you once again how to get to the map. And since we did spend time on that this morning, I'll keep moving on. But pause me if you have a question. And gentlemen, my panelists that are helping me with Q&A, if there's any question that you think I should address to the group, please speak up and let me know that I should address something.
We will, Jackie. Thanks.
Okay. All right. All right. Or speak up and answer it. That's even better. Aha. All right. So lab 7. And I'm going to do this last lab, and then we're going to take a break because we're about at 40 minutes after. So I'll try to keep us a little bit to schedule here. So on lab 7, here is where we have two different operators. We have the difference and the smooth operator. And the difference operator gives you that delta change. So if you just grab everything in step 1, copy that, and paste that into a new query, you'll see how that works. We're basically pointing at our Labs Apache data. We're then taking all the log information that came in for the last 15 minutes in this case, and we're going to group that into 1-minute buckets. So you can see here the 1-minute buckets being defined in the time in the aggregate tab here. And then what we're going to do is to create that aggregate tab is we're going to count up all them by the time slice. So here's the count that we produced. So for all of those, here's the total number of log messages that came in for that 1 minute in the last 15 minutes, and then for the next minute down here, and the next minute, and so on. Now, because we want to see these in ascending order, we use this sort by time slice ascending. And let me go ahead and do that multi-line. So I'm just going to click in my query, hold down my Alt or Option key, and then scroll down and put 2 comments here because I want to show you these without running the last 2 lines. So here you're going to get your count. Notice that before I run the sort, this is a formatting command. So before I run the sort, notice I get to 1235, 1233, 35, what's this next one? 34, 37, 26. They're just coming in as it gathered it in our system, so randomly, if you will. But if I uncomment this, you'll see that just like that transpose command, it will put them in chronological order. And by default, we do descending. So if you want ascending, then you need to ask for it and put that ASC in there. If I don't have this ascending, then it will rearrange this in descending order as a default. And the reason why we designed it that way is because if you think about it, when we're looking at the last chunk of time, whatever we specify up here for our data, so we've been doing a lot of just leaving it at the last 15 minutes, then what that's doing is our system runs most efficiently if it runs backwards as it's going back and looking at the last 15 minutes of data, because this is past information that's come in. So if you want the highest performing query, then if you don't care about ascending or descending, then use descending, the default. If you need ascending, then just put it in and use it. It's probably not a huge delta change depending on how much data you're looking at and all that, but just giving you those little tips. And then this last one, when I uncomment the difference, this is the operator we wanted to look at, it's now going to put all that difference information here. So how does that work? Is the first one obviously doesn't have any difference because we don't have a previous value. We just have one entry, which is 103 for a count. But the second difference, I'm taking the difference of that count, right? The second difference will then go back and look at this one and say, okay, I was at 103 and then I jumped up to 4,899. So that's a delta change of a negative because I was at a lower number and I went to a higher number, right? Of a negative 4,796. And then the next number is the change between these two. So now I was at 4,899 right here, and I went down to 4,000, so I dropped down. So it's a positive change, so it's a positive difference. So basically we're just pulling that out, and then if you graph these, you can see that difference depending on which way you like to look at your graphs, you know, what kind of information is most relevant. So that's the difference operator. That can be a quick, nice operator for you to use. The last one I want to show in this lab is the smooth operator. And basically, if you copy the whole thing, because it does slightly change, it adds a keyword in this one, and paste that into a new query, and let's look at the smooth operator. So here we're going to pull in all of our source category coming from Labs Apache Axis, and we're going to look at only those status codes that actually have the equivalency to a 404. So when I run this, I should not have any log messages that don't have a status code 404. So if I go back here and look, all of these, like here's a 404, here's a 404, and so on. All of these have been filtered on that equivalency up there. And also this ties back to field extraction rules. I obviously had to define this as a field extraction rule. So status code had to be already predefined. And then I put them into 1 minute buckets so I can aggregate over time. So all my log messages are grouped in 1 minute buckets. And then I count all those errors by time slice, and then I'm doing the same thing as before. I'm sorting them. So it's the same exact thing as the difference operator, except here I'm using the smooth operator. So when I graph these, so here's my table, but when I go and I graph these, I can look first at the line chart and I can see both the error count that I got from the count, and then I can also see the smooth operator giving me that rolling average. So here's the rolling average that's on this last line. Now you can start from wherever. I could start from a bar graph or start from a line graph, but the last thing this lab wants you to do is start to use our settings to change things. So what if you wanted to create that nice rolling average graph that's at the bottom of this lab? So if you wanted to create that, and I'll go back to the lab and show that, just make sure you're seeing, if you want to create this type of thing, which is pretty popular, a lot of people like those because it shows you're trending with your actual data, which is nice. Start with either the bar graph or the line graph, it doesn't matter which, but then click on the little settings tab here. The little settings tab looks like a little sun. And then depending on what graph you have open, you will have different options, but look for the change series. So the change series, now I want to make my rolling average, in this case, since I started with the bar chart, I'm going to toggle it to a line. And when I save this now, my rolling average will now be displayed as a line. So that's rather nice for creating those nice rolling average charts that you get, and still being able to look at your quantity tracked against your average. All right, so that takes us to a break. So I'm going to put up a little timer like I did before to give you that lovely 10-minute break. So let me go ahead and get that queued up, and please enjoy your break here. Want to make sure that you feel rested when you come back, okay? Get a cool drink of water, whatever you need to do. And I'll mute the sound. All right, see you guys in 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay. All right, I got my piece of chocolate and moved my desk into a standing position, so I'm all set to go. Hopefully you guys are making appropriate adjustments for yourselves so that you have the stamina to keep going. All right, so now as discussed, we're going to go into those labs 8 and 9, which are going to show you the log reduce and the log compare, and you'll actually get to play around with them, not just see me do it. So if you go ahead and you grab, go to step 2 in lab 8 and just grab that. Step 1 is just kind of repetitive, so we'll just grab step 2. So lab 8, step 2, paste that in. Now I'm just letting you guys respond to a poll because I know some of you did take the full 10 minutes, which is great. But I did want to just check in with you and just see how we're doing with the information here. So I'll go ahead and talk about log reduce and log compare, and then we're going to come back to those poll questions and cover them. All right, so I'll just leave that poll active. All right, so log reduce. When you run a log reduce, if I go ahead and run this for maybe the last 15 minutes of data that's coming in on my snort, which is intrusion detection data, then it's going to, of course, give me all of the signatures. So I create that signature tab in addition to the message tab. And I can see the count, remember, that you can toggle this as I did in the demonstration earlier today. So you can see those simple messages that are occurring. If you want to go and look at specific formatted messages, you can do so by just clicking on the count over here, and it will bring up, like I'll do a smaller one just so you can see it. So if I click on the one that has 3, then you'll see those 3 log messages. So if you want to get more granularity as you're drilling down, and keep in mind, this lab goes on to show you that you can actually do the surrounding messages. So as you're drilling down into things to debug them, maybe it's, once you get into this point, now maybe you might want to widen the scope a little bit and see what all came in on your snort data around that time. And so we give you like these delta changes of plus and minus a minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So if you click on like 5 minutes, then it'll take you down into showing you it'll open a new tab and show you all the results that came in on your lab snort. So you can use the log reduce. You can start with the log reduce, right? So I'll go back to the actual log reduce up here. And from here, you can drill down into any of these log message types. And so this just basically synthesizes all of your log messages formats into like types. I kind of nicknamed it the Sesame Street command. So, or if you were in Montessori school sorting things, right? Now the relevance, some of you might be looking at some of the stuff in between here. I mentioned it earlier, but the relevance and all these actions where you can promote or demote, that's where you could pass on tribal knowledge, which is huge in companies, right? Because you have a lot of people that are coming into the company and they don't necessarily know which one of these formatted messages might have more clout than others. And you can also do further actions, like if you have a high number, you can also do splits, and you can also go in and do direct edits to them. So just keep in mind that, that's kind of nice that you can pass on. So that's log reduce. So let's take a look at log compare. So if I move on to lab 9, and after lab 9, I'll come back to the poll and we'll go over that. All right, so comparing activity from different periods, because a log reduce is nice, but it just gives you that single, lasting 15 minutes of data. But what if you wanted to compare it to the data that happened previously, some of your cyclic nature of your data? So here what we're going to do in this lab, and I think it's best to just go down to step 3 and grab step 3. Trust me, you're not missing out on anything. Some of those other things are a little bit repetitive. So just grab everything in step 3. Come back here and paste that into a log search. So now what I have is I've copied in everything that I had there in lab 9, step 3. And what it's doing is it's pointing to all my page not found. So that's what a status code 404 would bring up. So if I go ahead and I'll just go ahead and I'll run this so you can start to see the results. And then it's going to do a log compare with a time shift of 24 hours. So the negative means 24 hours ago. So we're looking at 15 minutes of data right now, and we're comparing it to 15 minutes of data 24 hours ago. So that's what we're doing. Now, if I wanted to look at 2 hours ago, I could do that. If I wanted to look at 2 days ago, I could do that. If I wanted to look at 2 minutes ago, I could do that. We're just choosing the 24 hours because oftentimes your data is cyclic in a day cycle. So now when we look at this log compare, what it does is it actually runs 2 log reduces. It runs one for the last, whatever time you specified here. So whenever you change this, that changes the results. And then it runs another one, like I said, 24 hours ago with the same last 15 minutes. And then what it's reporting back to us, if you look at the data down here, is it's reporting back to us the count. It's also giving, so it's telling us how many of those occurred. And then it's giving us, this is that tribal knowledge, right, that you can pass on. Then it's giving us the formatted message type. And wherever there's asterisks, remember, that's where they're unique. So everything else is common. And then you can see that it's telling us what percentage of those. Do you see this plus 20, plus 75 here, plus 39, minus 29 that are showing underneath the count? That's what we call a delta, in this case underscore, because it's generated from the log compare. It's a metadata field called delta percentage. And that delta percentage basically tells you how it compared. So if I got a plus 75, that means that this particular formatted log message has increased in the last 15 minutes 75% compared with 24 hours ago. Okay. If I get a negative one, that means that this particular formatted message, it has reduced from yesterday, it's down today almost 30%, right? So those are your indicators for how it compared, okay? So that's very, very helpful. And then this last one is we're just doing a filter because oftentimes you want to then key off of certain delta percentages. So if I didn't have this one in here, I would see all the percentages that are even lower than 25%. And either positive or negative because I'm using the absolute value here. So this is just a best practice of using the where filter, you know, use them as oftentimes in your queries to basically filter down. You know, think of it like at the top of your query is like a funnel. And so the scoping line is one part, you know, the opening, and you're trying to funnel that down. And that makes your query overall run faster. So you want to put these additional filters, these where statements, as close to the scoping line as possible. So the delta percentage gets created in the log compare itself in that operator. So there you have the where statement right after that. Now, if you didn't notice this, if I comment this out, I'll just comment out both lines. Just want to point out that our UI, you can usually do things more than one way. You could have also just clicked on log reduce here or log compare here. And the log compare actually has some time customization if you want to. So we also have them in the UI right here, ready for you on the page. All right, so now let me know if there's any questions about that. Before I go on to lab 10, I want to cover that poll. So let's look and see what you guys answered. So I'm going to go ahead and end the poll now. Hopefully you gave me an answer. I'm going to share the results so you guys can see too. And let's look at the first one. Let's see how we, so pretty much everybody got that one right, 100%. And so yes, that is true. And then the question number 2, status code equals 404 is basically a page not found. And what value would be passed to successes if the status code equals 200? So it's going to pass successes as a 0 because, so it's the first line, which it looks like the majority of you got that correct, because a 404 status code won't match with the 200, so therefore it will be false and it'll pass the 0 as successes. Let's go to question 3. When you aggregate, you produce the aggregate tab next to the messages. Okay, so we've been doing that a lot, right? You get the, if I go back to 1, you get the aggregate tab, like, we were doing log reduce. Here's the aggregate tab on one of these previous queries. So you produce that, so that's what I'm talking about here. Which operators aggregate data? Okay, so let's see. I see you guys put count. Lookup is not one. And how could you quickly have found this information? Go back to that cheat sheet, and here's all your parsing commands. Here's all your aggregate commands. So we can even just use this as a reference, and you can see that lookup is not one of those. Lookup was the table lookup, or you can create, you can use the CrowdStrike data for security and look up a malicious IP address, or you can create your own lookup tables, such as when we created an alert. That's one of the techniques. You could actually create a lookup table. All right, and looks like other than parse, so the two that were wrong were lookup and parse and sort. So the rest of them are aggregate. Sum and count are aggregates. Okay, so I'll stop sharing that. Hopefully that helps you feel a little bit more comfortable, and let us know if you have questions. Yeah, Max is asking a question. Thank you for that, Max. I'll let the guys kind of address that a little bit more, but yeah, it is different. And we actually teach that not in this course, but in the security course, what you're asking about. All right, with that, I'm going to move on to outliers. So with outliers, what I'm going to show here is just grab everything from step 4 and let's go play. So what we're going to show is how you use outliers. We're going to increase our time for the first lab to larger than 15 minutes. So I'm just pasting it into a brand new query. I'm going to do a little cleanup now. I'm going to close all my other tabs, just keep this one. And I'm going to increase the time to 60 minutes just so I have more data to play with. You could even go up to 3 hours if you want. It's up to you. But I just wanted to increase it from just 15 minutes. And so what this is doing is you can see up here with these first couple of lines that we're basically looking at our page not founds coming in from our Apache access data, and we're putting it into 1-minute buckets, and then we're counting it. So if I go ahead and run that part, and actually I wanted to comment out outlier, let me rerun it with this commented out. So if I run everything up to there, then I can see that I have all my, if I go back to my messages, I can see I have my status code that I pulled out, and I can see all of them are filtered on 404, so that's all I'm getting in my data. And now what I want to do is if I look at my aggregate, I can see the count then, and the count we asked it to take all those status codes and tell us how many came in by each minute bucket, right? So when we say by, that's given us our quantization. So we're telling it by 1-minute bucket. So here you have 1256, 1259, 1212, and you have the counts for those. So that's what we've done so far. Now look what happens when we run the outlier command. We get a lot more math, right? A lot more data. So basically, and you don't have to be an expert on doing statistics. I remember that was a hard class for me, actually. I had to take, as an engineer, I had to take statistical calc. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and we had a brand new teacher for that. I'll never forget. But anyways, error count upper, error count lower. So this is now setting those upper and lower bounds on your error count based on the standard deviation that you specified. So we're going to talk about all that. So you get the error count upper and lower. You also get the actual error count error. So we calculate that for you. And then here's your outliers. So any indication of an outlier would appear as a 1 here. So you can see we have an outlier here. Maybe if I scroll down, I'll see another one. No, I guess I just have 1 in this quantity of data, at least on page 1 of 3 here. Don't forget, sometimes you're not looking at all your data, right? So we have always pay attention to that, you know, that you might have to go to a subsequent page, you know, to get to see all your data. So then we have the error count violation, and this is a tuner. This is a fine tuner for those of you that need that, and I'll talk about that in a second. And then we have our mean and our standard deviation calculation for each of the data points. So how does this work? How did we get all that? And we can graph this if you want to look at it. So I have one outlier here. So I just clicked on the line chart, in case you're wondering where I clicked to get the graph. Now let's play around. So the first thing is let's look at our standard deviation. So we're going to start with this parameter called threshold equals 3. And what we're going to do is right now it's set for 3 standard deviations. So what if we wanted to see more outliers? You know, we want to tighten down that threshold. So I'm going to put it all the way down to a 1 standard deviation. And now you can see I produced a lot more outliers. Okay. So each one of these pink triangles is an outlier. Okay. And everywhere you hover, you know, where it lights up as a circle is a data point that you would see in your table, okay, as you go through. This is your standard deviation cloud. So if I threw that and made that like a 7 That would be huge, right? And then I wouldn't probably have any standard deviation outliers. So as you can see there. Okay, so I'm going to go back to just doing a standard deviation 1. And then the direction is pretty obvious. I can look at either my positive or my negatives, or look at both like I'm doing now. So if you delete one of these, then you'll only see the positive or you'll only see the negative. Then window set of 10. This is our default. We're showing it to be verbose here as we go through this. But you could set this up to, I think, 1,000. But of course, your calculation would take a little bit longer to run. So what does a window mean? It means that every time it does, like if I start here at, just pick a point in the middle. If I start here at this point, then it's in order to calculate whether or not that's an outlier here and all the other math that was in all those columns, it backtracks 10 data points. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 10. Got to stop there. There's my 10. So I can define that window of what I use for each calculation. And of course, the larger the window, the longer the calculation will take, okay? Then that leaves us to consecutive. Consecutive, what is that? That was that fine tuner. So in order to see this, the easiest way is to go back to the table. So if I click back on the table form, here's my error count violation. And when I have consecutive equal to 1, that means it's a one-to-one relationship with an outlier occurs and I get that violation. So here another outlier occurred and I get that violation. But what this does is, what if I want to say I need to have 2 consecutive outliers before I'm going to call it an outlier, okay, violation. So now if I set it to equal to 2, this first one that came in, there's nothing consecutive with it, so therefore I don't produce a violation. This next one, I do have 2 that are consecutive. There's 2 ones that came in consecutively as outliers, so therefore I will on the second one produce a violation. So it's a fine tuner, and then you could trigger on where the error count violation is greater than 0, you know, send a report, you know, to send an alert to somebody or whatever you want to do. All right, so that's outliers. Now, future trends, I'm going to skip past 11 and 12, but I'm going to talk a little bit about them just so that you're not totally blind to them. But if you want to learn more about this one, you just go look up our predict operator. But this is very helpful for those of you that maybe need to forecast for upper management or just for your own like risk mitigation efforts. So that's the predict operator, and it works both in a linear fashion and also in what we call an auto-regressive mode, where it allows you to have cyclic nature data. So I'm not going to cover that one because we're a little bit pressed for time. And I assure you, you won't be impacted by any exam questions by skipping over these. But you can come back and look at these a little bit later if you'd like. And then Lab 12, I'm also going to skip past this one, but this one is for those of you that have maybe an e-commerce business or maybe logistics, you're trying to track things by the events. You can actually create events from your log messages. You can use this transaction command, and you can see it's kind of a long command because what you're doing is you're defining states by using kind of like, I'll just call it like parsing an anchor out. So here I'm looking for this whatever happens in front of my /confirmation, and then I'll call that the state confirmation. So I'm extracting, you know, which log messages are telling me I have an order shipped, and then I'm classifying that as an order shipped state. If somebody's put something in the shopping cart, then I'm calling that a shopping cart state. And same thing for the billing and the shipping. So basically you're creating states in this, and then you can actually track it. But I'm going to move on to metrics because I know there are specifically some exam questions on those. And so metrics, basically with this, you're going to switch gears and we're going to look at these metrics, which these metrics can come from a variety of sources. You might have them like if you're using a certain application such as AWS, or you might have them from your hosts that you might want to get CPU utilization and things like that, which is what we're going to play around with in this lab. But we're going to play around with them from existing log messages. So you can also pull metrics out of logs if you want to. So those are at least 3 of the varieties of metric sources that you might want to utilize for some purpose. So once again, remember, this is the doctor analogy that I gave. So this is like the doctor coming in, you're going to the doctors, you say, I have a headache and I've been queasy in my stomach for a couple of days. And so then, they would then look at these metrics, these symptoms, and then they would drill down into, and for us, we're going to drill down into the underlying logs. All right, so how do we do metrics? So the first thing is, let's go open a metric window. So if we go here, plus new, and then metrics, now you're going to see that you have the queries are at the bottom in this UI, and then the visual graph is, the chart is at the top. So a little bit upside down from what we've been looking at, but that's just plus new and open up metrics, the second one down. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create two different types of booking metrics. So we're going to use the type as a booking, and then we're going to set up the metric as a success, and then we're going to also look at our failures. So you can do this a couple of ways. You can cut and paste these in, but you can also just start typing. So using the look ahead. So if I go here and start type, oh, it was type, then it's going to ask me, do you want type? And then I can click on that. Then now it's going to, if I start typing bookings, I need my equal sign, equals bookings. Okay. There we go. And then, so I can do the look ahead if I want to get that information. And then, or you can cut and paste. And then the next part is metric equals success count. So I just move over a space and start typing metric. So I'm just using the lookup here. And then success count comes up. So now I have one entered in here. So now let's enter the second one. I just do the same thing, type equals, and then start looking for bookings. There it comes up. And then this metric is going to be the failures. So we're going to track both our metrics for successes and failures coming in. So it was failure, success count, and fail count. All right, let me pause there, because if you're trying to recreate this so you can see what I've done. And then notice as I've been creating these metrics, it keeps opening up another possibility if I have a third metric that I want to put in. But even with just these two, go ahead and press enter. There's no start button on this screen, so you just press enter or return on your keyboard, and that runs the query. Now, we probably want to look at more than just the last 15 minutes to actually see all this, so I'm going to expand mine to 60 minutes and rerun that query. So now you can see that the green is indicating, if you hover over it, the successes. And then when you come over to wherever it appears on your screen, I have my failures then being monitored down here. Now, some other aspects in the query is you have, where you can save it, you can change the time on it like I just did, you can share it, you can look at outliers. So if I click on the little pink dot, it'll take you down into the outliers, and you can change the threshold on this. Now I got an outlier when I went to a standard deviation of 1. So a little bit different interface, but you can look at your top values in here. Like we narrowed it down to just our top outliers. So you have the outliers with the little pink, and then this 3 vertical is where you could add this to a dashboard. You can save it under a certain name, those kind of things. So that's basically the functionality of this. In Lab 14, what we do is we now take that and take this metric that we have here, and we're going to relate it to our underlying logs. So what we're going to do here is we're going to add a pointer to where those logs are. So here we're saying that we want to point to, from these metrics, we want to point to where the underlying logs are associated with these metrics, and that unifies them so that we can display them. And you'll see a little bit more what I'm talking about here in a moment. So source category, we want to set that equal to training, travel, checkout. And then it looks like we just need to add the keyword error in here. So let's go ahead and do that, training, travel, checkout. Okay, so if I go over here, I can click on my red box. This is where you attach the data. I can choose the source category from the little drop down. So I just choose source category from the drop down. And then what was it? It was something like training, travel, oh, what was it? Gotta go back and look. Training, travel, checkout. Okay, training. Okay, now I see it. Training, travel, checkout. For me, it's the third from the top. So I'll just choose that. And if I don't put in the error yet, and I go ahead and run this by just pressing enter, you'll notice here in a moment. Yeah, I got that all. You'll notice, I've got to get it to run. There we go. That I now have a heat map up here. Now it's showing me all the logs for all these metrics, so even the successful ones, right? Okay, which maybe I want to look at those, but this is where keywords come in handy as filters, because now when I type error over here, now notice that I only get those logs that have the keyword error in them. And also notice it coincides with the metric as a key performance indicator that we're having some failures. So now, like I did in the demo, this is your chance. If you want to, you can do that shift, hold down your shift, and click anywhere in these log messages to look at underlying logs. So I'll just pick one area and hold down my shift and click with the mouse. So just a shift click. And it drills down. You can see the drill down tab. And now I'm looking at that particular interval of time and all the log messages that came in at that time. Now I can do a log reduce to synthesize these 14 pages down to 1 or 2 pages. I can do a surrounding messages if I see something in here and want to go and look at more detail to kind of drill down into it. So that's basically unified logs and metrics with those 2 labs. Let's see, I don't see any questions at the moment, but let's move on to the very last one. Now, this one I'm just going to talk to because we've already created an alert, and I talked about the 5 different ways that you can create an alert. But what this lab points out that is very important is the keyword meaningful alerts. So meaningful. So what this is doing in this lab is basically we've already done this activity all the way down similar to this. The only thing we didn't have is this one showing math. So here you can actually insert an equation. So here we're doing a failure rate % equation in this. So what I wanted to say is with this, what we do is when you're creating an alert, you could be waking somebody up in another time zone or whatever that's happening, you know, within your company. And so you want to make sure that you always apply, to create a more meaningful alert, you always apply the wheres. So always use a where filter, because in this case, now I'm just looking at that failure rate % that are greater than 0. So I'm not going to be waking somebody up on insignificant data, you know, that's not there for them. And just as a reminder, let's just go back and remind you, how do you create an alert? If I just open up any query window, remember it's just through the save as. So if you click on the save as and then where it says schedule this search, that's how you created an alert, is we went through this earlier today. And don't forget there's 5 different ways, you know, email's one of them, but you have 5 different ways to set up an alert. All right, and I'm just going to cancel out of that. All right, we made it, guys. Let's see, we're not doing too bad on time. I maybe could have stopped 10 minutes ago and set you up with a little bit more time. But what we can do is we can check in with you around the user group time, because we want to make sure you can complete the exam. So this is the same thing for the exam, is make sure you are logged into your own Sumo Logic account. So if you already have it open, you can go there now if you're ready to take the exam, and we're here to help you. I know the guys are on and they're ready to answer any questions. If you run into any questions that might be there for you, just reach out to us and we'll be monitoring the Q&A and also trying to observe the chat window too. But so if you go to certification, from the home, certification, and then you see search mastery, and then click take the exam. So just click search mastery, take the exam. So home tab, and then certification, search mastery, take the exam. This exam, like I said, you might want to add another 5-10 minutes onto this earlier today's one as far as time, but you get 3 attempts to pass at 75%, so I would go for it because you might pleasantly surprise yourself, and you have all the information. I covered all the material that you're going to need to be successful for this exam. So with that, I'm going to just put up a little poll and see if anybody's having any challenges getting into the exam again, so we can help you. And I will get quiet. And it's been my pleasure doing this training for you today. And I look forward to seeing you at an event or something down the road when we can all mingle again more freely. Thank you, everybody. It was my pleasure doing this training.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome to the user group portion of today's virtual agenda. We've just wrapped up a level 1 and 2 certification jam for about 70 plus users and are looking forward to an engaging session to complete the day. I am Tom Awe and I lead the Central US Enterprise team for Sumo Logic. I'm joined today by several colleagues, including Michael Marfis, who's our Vice President of Product Management, Abhi Khanna, who's a Senior Product Manager for us, and Eric Bonderlinden. Eric is the Senior Director of Systems Engineering. And Eric hails from our recent acquisition of JASK. Also with me is my mid-market colleague, Todd Hicks. So thank you all for joining today. Thank you for those of you that participated in the Cert Jams. It's been fun to see the chat windows with the celebrations of passing the certification tests and getting your accreditations. So congratulations to you and welcome to those users who are part of the Sumo community that is attending today. User groups are designed to bring customers together to foster community, to learn from one another, and they are not sales sessions, as difficult as that is for me to admit. But I promise to keep true to keeping this all about you and your Sumo user colleagues and the community of Sumo users that are out there and growing, by the way. One of the primary Sumo principles is what we call being in it with our customers, and user groups are a very powerful way to exemplify this. We want to make sure you're getting the most out of your Sumo investment, and there's no better way to do that than glean best practices from colleagues and celebrate this camaraderie. A quick review of the agenda. We'll spend the next 90 minutes or so with roadmap sessions on DevOps, security, and then you'll get to hear from some of your fellow Sumo users. We have presentations from Jellyvision, G2 Crowd, and United Airlines, and then some words from one of our nonprofit partners. We'll end with some Q&A, and we'll wrap up the session. So without further ado, I will hand off to Sumo Vice President of Product Marketing, Michael Marfis, to kick off the roadmap session. Enjoy the afternoon, and we're super glad you're here with us. Michael?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Hear you perfect.
It doesn't seem like it's letting me start my video, so I don't know if there's somebody who's administering this that can enable that. Anybody there?
Let's see. Michael, did you come in as a presenter? I can't tell from your...
I am not sure how I came in, to be quite honest with you. Can you not see me there?
Yeah, I see you on the list, Michael, but you don't have the co-host or guest
designation.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess we'll go without a picture then, or a video, so we don't waste any more time. Okay, let's just keep going, and we'll go back to just showing the slides, and I'll just talk. All right, so thanks everybody. It's Michael Marfis. I'm the head of product management here at Sumo Logic. I've been at Sumo for a little over 3.5 years, which doesn't seem like it's been that long, but time flies. All good. Oh, you can go back to the other slide real quick. Just real quick, we're going to show some things today that are futures. We'll talk a little bit about some things that are coming soon. So we just have a statement that just lets you guys know that. That was the slide prior to this. That's okay. You can go forward. I'm sorry, I'm confusing the slide controller. So before we jump into things, I'm just going to cover this slide. This is actually the only slide from our sales deck that I have. And the reason I put this in our roadmap decks is really just to acknowledge and talk to customers about, the fact that when we work with customers, really they're on all different paths and different aspects of the, their cloud journey, whether they're just bringing up services for the first time, re-architecting, or maybe even doing a lift and shift of moving applications to the cloud or migrating to the cloud, to companies that have been, were born in the cloud, were born, in AWS or Azure or GCP, and have been, or maybe even their own private data centers, have been building, web-based, cloud-based applications for many years. There's a lot of common threads regardless of where you are on that journey. And as we look at the product roadmap, as we define our product strategy, it's really thinking about, what are the things that all of our customers need to be able to, have visibility and insights, or what we call continuous intelligence, into their application stack, into their CI/CD pipeline, into their security posture along the way. And that's what our focus really is all about, is making sure that customers, regardless of where they are in this path, have a solution that they can use to gain those insights. Okay, you can go to the next slide now. Thank you. And so when we look at what we call our continuous intelligence platform, this is a high level kind of architecture view of how we look at it. And in fact, it's actually how my team's organized. It's how we actually work on the product. So at the core of the product is what we call the platform. The platform is everything you would imagine a platform to be, from, obviously number one, making sure it's secure and reliable and always up. And that's our number one focus. What we call our P0 is making sure that, that anytime you need the system, the data is available. And that's a big investment to do that and get the reliability that you expect and that we expect of ourselves for this product. In fact, we are our biggest user of this product. So it's extremely critical to our business as well. But beyond that, really, some of the core aspects of the platform, of course, are things like being able to, ingest, the high volumes and unpredictable levels of data that all of our customers bring us on a daily basis, and making sure that we're not surprised in any way when, there's spikes across customers, within a customer, making sure that that doesn't impact your business. So, bringing data in from any source and being able to analyze that is super critical. Obviously, it's a multi-tenanted elastic scale architecture, and that plays a big part into what provides that capability. We've also realized that not all customers are the same, and not all data is the same in terms of, what you want to do with that data. Some data requires real-time analysis. Some requires occasional searching and analysis depending on the use case. So having a flexible licensing model to make sure that you can decide on which types of data you're bringing in and which types of use cases you need to solve for, making that economically valuable to you. Also, anytime you bring in this amount of data, you've got to make sure that you've got advanced learning and machine learning capabilities to be able to do work. It's all about time to insight, and we don't expect that users can just analyze all of this data on their own, with the visual eye. We require technologies that allow you to quickly sift through data for us to predict and identify things that may be anomalous in your environment and deliver you that at the point in time when you need it. And then finally, making sure that all of this is delivered in a secure way. And, our security attestations are something, we pride ourselves on. It's something we've been doing since the very beginning, kind of being the roots of our company started as a security company, or from a lot of security folks. And so that's extremely important to us. But ultimately, that's all there for one reason, and that's to solve use cases. And whether those are use cases in the operational intelligence space, meaning monitoring your CI/CD pipeline or monitoring your real-time applications, whether they're for security intelligence and monitoring your security posture, looking for threats in your environment. And finally, and probably not is equally as important, is more and more machine data is being used for business intelligence. It's being used by product managers, line of business owners, to really understand what's going on with their business. More of the data that tells you how well you're doing, whether it's customer data or industry data or anything about your application, is really driven through machine data. And so we're seeing more and more customers use us for what I call more BI use cases above and beyond operational and security intelligence. Okay, next slide, please. So I just popped this up as a glance. We clearly don't have enough time to go through all of this, but this is the slide that's part of a deck that any of our sales team can walk you through. And it's a rolling 3 to 6 months of all the things that we've delivered to our customers. We ourselves are a continuous development delivery shop. So we release things, when they're ready. And, that means we do hundreds of releases a year. Right? Some are small features, some are small, small enhancements to existing features, and some are whole new products or solutions. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide, given the amount of time I have. I'll call out a couple highlights. Recently, we just, and you might have heard, we released a new Atlassian solution for monitoring your complete Atlassian stack, Atlassian Cloud. We're extending that this year to do an end-to-end CI/CD pipeline analysis, which includes lots of other tools in the tool chain, Jenkins, Jira, et cetera. So a full stack of tools that you might use to do product development and delivery and release management. So that was really exciting. We're getting a lot of good feedback on that. We're actually just about to release a new solution called AWS Observability, which is really taking a lot of our current applications that we already provide for visibility into your AWS environment and delivering them in a much more seamless way, integrating them together, giving you easy access to install them, or an easy way to install of those applications, but most importantly, a new way to explore the information across those applications or across your environment. So that'll be, because it's in beta now, and that'll be coming out a little bit later this year, this quarter actually. And then a little bit in a few moments after I transition over, Abhi Khan, who's on my team, is our product manager for a number of things, one of which is our new dashboards. And we're super excited to show you some of the new dashboard technology that we've built and some of the value and capabilities that you've all been asking for many quarters that we've now built into a whole new architecture and framework for dashboards. And we'll also talk about some of the things that are coming beyond what he's going to show you today. So I'm really excited for him to show you that as well. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So I'll make a few highlights. So this is our high-level roadmap for the kind of the platform, as I talked about it a little bit earlier. So a lot of things that we do are, foundational to the product, and they apply to all of our solutions, whether they be operational or security intelligence. So I'll just call out a few highlights here of things that I think might be interesting to you. We just released our new infrequent data tier. That's something you probably heard about. You probably got a release note about that. This is a new tier that allows you to do on-demand searching. So bring data into your environment at a fraction of the cost of what we call our continuous tier, which is real-time monitoring. And the use case for this is you may have data that you very rarely, or you may not even know at the time how often you're going to search this data. But you want to make sure that all of this data is in a single repository. So when you do have an emergency or you do need to do some troubleshooting, it's available to you. So it's a search on demand model where you bring it in at approximately 10 cents a gig, and then you can search it on demand. So super powerful feature for customers who just need data all in one place and really use Sumo as a custodian of all of your information. We also announced our credits-based licensing model, which allows you to use any of our products or services at a credit-based price, so you don't ever have to worry about overages anymore. So if you decide when you start off you're primarily using logs, and then you decide to bring in some metric data, you can just use the same licensing plan and model that you did for that, and use our credit-based model to purchase new additional ingest or data when you need it. And to be able to analyze that and understand across your teams or organizations how that spend is being used, we're releasing a new set of capabilities or enhanced set of capabilities around cost observability, which will allow you to look at teams, will allow you to look at, if you have multiple organizations or multiple accounts in Sumo set up, it'll allow you to look across those accounts and understand who's using what data, what applications, what teams, what individuals. And that's a really important aspect of implementing a solution like Sumo Logic that crosses many departments and organizations. Speaking of that, one of the new capabilities we're adding this quarter is what we call multi-account management. So we have a number of enterprise customers as well as our partners who manage anywhere from tens to hundreds of Sumo environments. And our new multi-account management capability is actually going to allow for users, usually typically some form of administrator, to look across those accounts, manage things like budgets, look at observability or telemetry about what people are doing in those environments, and ultimately just provide a single pane of glass and management for multiple accounts. A couple other things I'll highlight here, cloud collection. So for those of you who have set up cloud collection, whether that be, this is any cloud to cloud integration, Office 365, Okta, we have a number of them today. Many of you have asked for us to remove the dependency or need for you to install what we call Sumo Janus internally, which is some infrastructure that you install to make our cloud collectors function. We're going to remove that dependency. So we're going to put all of that capability in our own cloud, so you no longer have to set that up on your own. So you'll be able to configure collectors that we provide for out-of-the-box cloud collection without any burden on your internal infrastructure. And a couple of things on the Cert side. So we've been in beta for a while on dynamic parsing, JSON-based dynamic parsing. That's going to get GA'd this quarter. And as many of you know, and maybe in the beta, we have evolved from our lookup files to true lookup, highly scalable, large-scale lookup tables, which are now permissionable and can store and manage a lot more data than traditional files, which many people use for lookup or context enrichment, as we like to call it today. And then Abhi will speak in a little bit about our dashboard technology, so I'll kind of save that for him and I won't go into too much detail. Okay, next slide, please. And this is my last slide. So the last slide I want to cover is just a little bit about our operational intelligence portfolio. So again, this is one of the core solution areas where we deliver out-of-the-box applications and capabilities on top of our core platform. Last year, we did a pretty significant release for Kubernetes monitoring across metrics and logs. So a couple highlights here. We're continuing to invest in monitoring of your Kubernetes environments. We're obviously seeing a continued growth in the use of orchestration. It's primarily Kubernetes, which seems to now have won the orchestration wars that existed a year or so ago, but also integrating more with leading service meshes like Istio and providing more capabilities, not only for Kubernetes, but the surrounding applications for Kubernetes. So providing more out-of-the-box applications and collection for other applications that customers are deploying in Kubernetes. And so that's a big focus for our Kubernetes stack. But at the core of our operational intelligence, or what we call troubleshooting and monitoring, there's some big improvements coming. So one is we're redoing alerting. So we're taking a fresh look at alerting from the ground up and integrating it across metrics, logs, and something else that we have coming this quarter, which is traces, or often called distributed tracing. So we're adding that to the product this year, and we'll be integrating alerting across all three of those inputs, if you will. We're also getting more and more requests for thinking about reliability by objective, or SL, what's often called SLI and SLO driven alerting. So giving you an ability to define objectives and thresholds and alerts based on your customer thresholds, or the things that you hold yourself accountable for when it comes to what your customers or you yourselves expect of how your service is performing. So there's a lot of exciting things on the operational intelligence side, more than I have time to talk about today. But the PMs and some of our support sales engineers are more than happy to come in and do a deep dive roadmap with any of you who are in the audience who I can't see. But we're more than happy to do a deep dive on any aspects of our roadmap if you just reach out to your account rep. So with that, I will pause, and I think I will turn it over. We're going to go through the security intelligence roadmap, I think, real quick. Okay. Is anybody on the line? Yes, no?
Michael, were we going to have Abhi touch on dashboards in a little
Yeah.
bit of detail?
Well, he was going to do that. The plan was he was going to go through that after Eric went through security roadmap. Is Eric on the line?
All right, thank you.
I can't see if Eric's here. Is he here? Maybe he's on mute.
Yeah, I don't see Eric. We may have
I don't
lost
see Eric either, so.
Oh,
We
okay.
can move on.
Okay. Well, you know, I can talk real quickly about this, so that's fine. I just thought he was here, but let me cover the security intelligence roadmap, and then we'll turn it over to Abhi. So on the security intelligence side, for those of you who may or may not know, mid last year we acquired a company called JASK, which was a leader in security intelligence, and specifically in what's something, you know, in what they called ASOC at the time, which is asynchronous, you know, SOC, which is great product for troubleshooting and investigating threats. We had already been investing heavily in security intelligence in our core platform with a number of applications, a number of the out-of-the-box applications for looking at threats across your application stack, as well as, of course, our, you know, our powerful search engine for building custom applications and investigations. What we've been focusing on this year is integrating that product into our platform. So we are, you know, the plan is that, you know, by the end of this year, we'll have a fully integrated cloud SIEM, which we're calling the Cloud SIEM, integrated into the continuous intelligence platform. We've been doing a lot of focus on unifying the workflows, single sign-ons, all the things you would imagine, to make sure that there's a fully integrated product for our customers. As we're integrating it, we're also making investments in two areas. The first one is detection. So evolving our rules engine with stateful thresholds and rule support. So, you know, obviously rules are a key aspect or cornerstone of any security product. And so making sure that, you know, we evolve the security engine that we got through the acquisition, as well as with some technology that we were building already in-house. Also generating signals from our platform. So being able to do things like taking scheduled searches and then creating an insight or a signal that feeds into the Cloud SIEM and then can be used for analysis, as well as delivering out-of-the-box content and rules for AWS, Azure, and GCP. And on the investigation and management side, and automated response is delivering record search, you know, so analysts can do investigations and interface, give them an investigation interface and be able to do workflow, as well as giving the SOC team ability to do investigation management and collaboration on threats. So in addition to that, there's a number of new reporting capabilities that we're building out, as well as some additional automation in terms of response and integration. So you can send information when something's identified to other systems that you may be using in the SOC or in your, you know, your IT or security team to automate those responses, whether that be triggering things into ServiceNow or some other product. So that's a little bit of an overview of the security intelligence portfolio. And again, same thing holds true. We will have, if you're interested or you want more information, we can come out and do a deep dive roadmap on that. Okay. With that, I think I will turn it over to Abhi. And hopefully Abhi's here. Abhi.
I don't see Abhi. Looks like it's your day, Michael.
Okay, well, at least Abhi I could ping right here. Make sure he's here. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find him. All right, well, let me I'm going to tee up a demo real quick while I'm waiting for him to ping me, because I can go through the slides, but most of what he was going to show is a demo, and I just didn't have the demo teed up to run. So give me 1 second.
Okay.
Tee up the demo. Go ahead, talk about something else for 2 seconds. I'm going to pull up the demo.
That's great. Well, for everybody that's on the call, if there are questions or comments that you've got, if you want to put them in the chat window, we're happy to answer. And some exciting things, Michael, on the roadmap for sure, both from a DevOps and a security perspective. So,
okay, Abhi's coming. I just have to give him the link real quick. I can take questions. Any questions for me while we're waiting for Abhi to jump on? He's coming on right now. If the participants are opened up, or they can put them in chat. Or is there a Q&A?
Yeah,
Okay, I got the Q&A open.
yeah, there's a Q&A, there's a Q&A window.
It looks like Abby's coming in now. No questions? No questions about the roadmap? If you go back to that slide, I don't know if you want to reshare your screen. Looks like you stopped sharing. Go back a couple of slides. I could talk about a few other exciting things we've got coming. If you go back 2 slides, one more. Yeah, let's stop there. So a couple other things that I didn't talk about that I'll cover before Abby gets on board is some of the new automation. So for those of you who actually do a lot of automation of things with our product, we're continuing to evolve not only our own APIs, but making full support for Terraform, so you can actually do full scripting of our product to automate, whether it be collectors or content or pretty much you name it, setting up an environment. So there's a lot of new automation to be able to set things up. Oh, I think Abby just pinged me. Are you on, Abby? We can't hear you.
Apologies, I am on.
There we
All right, great. All right, so I'll just close out on that. So definitely there's a lot of good stuff in our documentation repo on this in terms of what you can do with automation and more to come on that. So with that, Abby is on now and we can go to the dashboard slide. So why don't we just change to that?
That's great. Michael, there is a question in the chat.
Oh, sure. Let me see if I can look at that. Can you give us some more information on alerting on traces and how that look like? Yeah, so probably worth a follow-up. So, our tracing, we're still evolving the tracing solution or capabilities overall. So I've got a PM on my team. His name is Pavel, and he's leading our tracing effort. And it's probably, since it's probably a longer conversation than a couple seconds, I can follow up an email to the team. But also, I think it's worth having him come in and talk about everything that we're doing on the tracing side and how alerting will work in conjunction with tracing. Okay. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Abhi.
Thank you so much, Michael. So just a quick intro of myself. I'm Abhi Khanna. I'm a product manager here at Sumo, and I work on our new dashboards. Part of the thing that we wanted to focus on with the new dashboard framework here that's coming soon is we really wanted to enable you to visualize your data regardless of data source, whether it be logs, metrics, going forward traces, and really be able to showcase a single unified story of what's happening inside your infrastructure across these data streams in a way that really enables you to monitor and troubleshoot more effectively. So some of the highlights that we're able to bring out in this new dashboard framework include, of course, kind of more parity for your metrics visualizations, a few more logs visualizations, such as bubble charts and scatter plots, helping bring out some more visual clarity there. Far more detailed kind of visual control on each of these panel types. So whether you want to express errors in a certain way, or you want to show the relationship between 2 signals in a certain way, you've got that fine-grained control, all the way down to kind of the JSON level that backs the panel itself. And of course, one of the big parts of building dashboards is that you want to be able to workflow through this information seamlessly. You want to be able to actually highlight and transfer information spike to spike as on your journey towards a root cause. And so we've tried to bring out that workflow capability. We've added in context aware drill downs. We've added in kind of recommended dashboards. And this paired with that visualization capability is something we hope will help improve the monitoring and troubleshooting journey you're able to go on through the new dashboard framework. Next slide, please. With that, I'm going to go ahead and dive into a quick demo here. If I could steal the screen share. Perfect. Let me know if you're able to see my screen.
Yeah.
So this is a dashboard we've built in the new dashboard framework. It highlights some of the new visual types. You've got gauges, you've got honeycombs, you've got your standard line, pie charts, all the jazz, tables. And all this information is coming across logs and metrics. You're able to bring that into one place. You've got these variables that you have full control over how your data gets subsetted in the dashboard. And of course, with every single data point, we want to enable it to be clickable. So you're able to just click right into it. You're able to get your related logs, related recommended dashboards. So kind of a quick 10-second purview of kind of what that dashboarding experience looks like, what some of those visuals are. And of course, it's all built to be inline in one place. You're not dancing between 15 to 20 different tabs. You're able to actually build and curate your dashboard in a single location, really dive into that visual storytelling that you want to go ahead and do. And of course, all that metadata transfers over, whether you're jumping into that logs tab or you're jumping into another dashboard. With that, we're going to go ahead and jump back into the slides here. You could go ahead and share the slides again. Apologies. Perfect. Next slide. So where are we going even beyond this? As we kind of grow out this new dashboard framework, there have been a lot of high quality asks that have come our way. One of which, of course, is being able to export our dashboards into PNGs and PDFs so that you can share them more broadly through your organization, even to people who may not want to log into Sumo to see the actual dashboard itself. This can be powerful when kind of paired with maybe a kind of monthly email or report you want to send out to executives or team members who are not logged in or available inside of Sumo Logic. We want to be able to actually enable a repeating panels type of concept. So you're able to get a single time series per entity as your stacks scale out, as your infrastructure expands or detracts, as your kind of objects of interest change over time, your dashboard can now dynamically adjust to that as well. And of course, something that's very important for every dashboard framework, something we've heard very strong opinions about. We want to make sure that we make the dashboards as visually appealing and dark theme as possible, so that when you're debugging things late at night, your eyes are not getting hurt, that you're able to quickly glance at the data and understand what's going on. So these are all things that you'll see us kind of continue to build towards as we continue on this journey with the new dashboard framework. Next slide, please.
Great. Thank you, Avi. I appreciate that. Good. Well, we're now pivoting to kind of the user portion of the presentations, and I'm pleased to introduce my mid-market colleague, Todd Hicks. Todd will introduce our first couple of speakers, and then I'll come back for United.
Yep. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I appreciate everyone's time here. So yeah, so for this one, we have Sunil Chopra is an engineering manager at Jellyvision and has been there for the past 4 years. Over that time, he has worked with the shared tools team, managing tools used by application engineering teams at Jellyvision. And since 2016, Jellyvision's teams have been using Sumo Logic for various uses within the organization. So please welcome Sunil, and we appreciate your time today.
Hello. Thanks, Todd. Thanks, Michael and Tom. I'm really excited about some of those new features that look pretty awesome. So can you go to the next slide? Thanks. Yeah, so I'll talk a little bit about Jellyvision, what the company does, and then I'll go on and talk a little bit about how we're using Sumo Logic. Next slide. So this is sort of the blurb from our marketing department. Basically, Jellyvision is the maker of Alex, a financial decision software platform. We're a software company, and we have a main product. We also have some spin-off products. Can you go to the next slide? You can go to the slide after this too. Alex is the core one. So what does our product do? Basically, it does interviews with employees of our customers. And we have many, many customers. We have 1,500 customers, more than 100 of the Fortune 500. These numbers go up and down, but this is recent estimates. More than 2.5 million users, and most of them, with some exceptions, are hitting us at the open enrollment season, which is our periodic busy season. If you're not familiar with open enrollment, that's Q4. It's usually November to mid-December. But what that means for us is that we're actually quite busy for a longer time before that, because we have to do a lot of preparation for the conversations that the Alex product provides. And we also then have to build up the systems that support the preparation for those conversations. So it ends up being quite an event for us. Next slide. So here's a quick review of what the products are. Alex and its separate offerings, leave of absence, making the most of your plan, financial wellness, benefits counselor, 1095, your 401k. But then there are also authoring tools. What doesn't appear on that list of products that we sell to customers are the things that we use internally. Next slide. More products are coming, of course. And we recently announced that we have a partnership with HSA Bank, and there's some exciting stuff that's hopefully happening this year. Next slide. So I've talked a little bit about what Alex is and what Jellyvision does. I'm going to talk now a little bit about how we do it. As many people are, we are heavy AWS users. If you're not familiar with these two-dimensional icons, I had to look them up like 3 times. I'll talk about what these are sort of clockwise. That's AWS, obviously. Beanstalk is something that we use, which is a traditional sort of application stack that is largely EC2 driven. We use ECS, that's the hexagon thing. We use GuardDuty, we use EC2, we use Lambdas, and the way that we collect data for Sumo Logic with all of these is a little bit different each time. For the control plane with AWS, we use CloudTrail, and we collect CloudTrail in Sumo Logic. We collect data from the Beanstalk apps using the traditional Sumo Logic collector on the EC2 instances. For ECS, we're actually sort of in flux right now. We're moving more towards Fargate, which is a managed container service. For some older things, we're using collectors on the hosts in EC2. For Fargate, we're taking advantage of the AWS and Sumo Logic partnership that produced FireLens and FluentBit, and that's actually been really great. Provides extra metadata. For GuardDuty, we use Lambdas. To post data for EC2, we use collectors. And for Lambdas, perhaps others have experienced this, we use the Lambda plus a Lambda thing, because Lambda is logged to CloudWatch logs, and we pull those CloudWatch logs in with another Lambda into Sumo Logic. Next slide. This, of course, brings us to Sumo Logic. I've got my slides split up in a weird way. They're sort of like sections. You can go to the next slide now. So what goes into our Sumo Logic account? We have lots of logs, and we've got a lot of DPM and metrics. The metrics evolution is sort of a new thing for us. We're just starting to use that a lot this year. For logs, we actually have because of our periodic business, we have a more a quota that shifts periodically over the year. Next slide. Those things go in, and those logs come to approximately 70 users. These numbers, of course, go up and down. But this group includes people that are primarily focused on data analytics, people that are doing quality assurance, engineering teams that are developing the applications, and SREs. There are also a small number of non-technical users, managers, and other people that will look at the dashboards. Next slide. Another super important use case for us with the data coming out of Sumo Logic is the integration with our other monitoring tools, or I should say our other tools that we use for managing applications, VictorOps and Slack. We have scheduled searches sent to VictorOps and Slack that provide us very expeditious data for when things go wrong. Next slide. In total, these numbers feel kind of big. I have to admit that I was surprised. We have 1,000 dashboards and 1,000 scheduled searches. I think a lot of these are sort of experiments, and that's actually one of the things that I think our users like so much about Sumo Logic, that it's so very easy to get started. And we often do derive value after several iterations. Going to considering the pre-COVID times, I could describe in great detail how many TVs there were that hosted Sumo Logic dashboards. Nowadays, we do look at dashboards regularly, and we will send links to each other. The scheduled searches are, of course, highly valuable as well. Next slide. So now I'm going to talk a little bit more specifically about some case studies, some sort of idea of like specific situations that Jellyvision has gotten value out of Sumo Logic. Next slide. You can actually go a couple more slides. There we go. All right. Case study 1, conversation health. So we actually had a data team that was gathering analytics on conversation usage, and this was actually a part of what we were preparing for our customers in our B2B business. It turned out that we were missing some things for monitoring that were actually really, really great tie-ins with the data that our analytics folks already had. We just didn't have that connected in a way to become monitoring. And so there was an effort, this was going back about a year, to create a real-time monitoring dashboard out of that data. And that was actually something that was possible with Sumo Logic without too much effort, because we already had all the logs from the analytics. The logs that were basically being fed from Lambdas were in Sumo Logic, and we were able to put together a really nice and simple to read dashboard that showed what we dubbed conversation health. And that was really great for product owners because we could see what products were actually being used, and obviously really great for monitoring. Next slide, please. Another example, and this is, I don't know if this is innovative, it sounds like there are a lot of people doing amazingly complex things with Sumo Logic. To me, this was a bit of a surprise, and I was actually really delighted to see that. The QA, one of our QA automation teams have a suite of automation that they use to test our conversations, which are sort of complicated and depend on multiple applications, and they were producing reports. What they ended up doing was running those conversations, producing data that they could post to Sumo Logic for, again, real-time or near real-time reporting in dashboards that reflected QA successes and failures for every run and in summary. Next slide. Cool, and finally, there are obviously many, many uses. These are the top 3 things that came to my mind. Finding affected users. This is something that actually happens from time to time. If we have an incident, if one of our systems fails, or we have an issue with one of our conversations, we're almost always going to Sumo Logic to find information on users affected, companies affected, and how many actual people were affected by this. It's a regular activity in Jellyvision to produce a dashboard. Maybe this is why we have 1,000 dashboards. We produce a dashboard for the incident, and we can piece together issues from CloudTrail and other various systems, and we can really isolate what's going on here. So it's actually been really, really great for us there as well. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. That's all I had. I actually realized as I did this that I forgot to put my name up front. Thanks, Todd, for properly introducing me. And yeah, that's all I've got. Thanks.
That's great. Thank you, Sunil. We appreciate your participation and telling us a little bit about how you're applying the Sumo Logic platform to your business. Todd, do you want to introduce Dan?
Yes, definitely. So Dan is the Senior Director of Engineering at G2 and has been there for about 3 years. They have a great product that my team is a big fan of. And welcome, Dan, and appreciate your time today.
Yeah, thanks, Todd. Yeah, so thanks for everybody for joining the user group. So obviously, my name's Dan. Director of Engineering just means that I basically am constantly trying to help people achieve their value. So where that certainly aligns here is like G2 and Sumo Logic have definitely developed a good partnership, and hopefully I can show some of that with a specific use case today. So next slide, please. So what is G2.com? So we are basically a B2B marketplace where you go to buy software. So we have around 5 million buyers that come to our site every month. We have 1 million+ reviews, which we use as the content to help buyers understand what tools are best for their situation. They can compare them against each other. They're all categorized, and we have 100,000+ products for you to search through and really kind of like achieve your peak value in everything that you do at work. And kind of around the website in general, because like a lot of the data that we have is really crowdsourced. It is a high advantage for us to help people understand things. And so like we're really driven on search engine optimization, and we have a lot of content that people either buy, or in a case that I will show you, sometimes people, try to just like scrape the site and get it. And so like what I will walk you through is a bit of what we've used for what we will call like bot mitigation. So next slide. So a little bit of just like how we use Sumo Logic. So all of our application logs flow into Sumo Logic via most cases web endpoints. We have about 20 plus gigabytes of logs daily flowing in from 100 plus sources. We definitely utilize the partitions inside of Sumo Logic so that we can get faster searches, make sure that we're using different retention periods for a number of different data sources. And of course, with the archived S3, we want to be able to even partition that data out as we're archiving it. Because a lot of the logs that we use in there were then, if we need to go back and look, we'll use something like Amazon Athena to go over those data sets as well. Next slide, please. All right, so here's kind of like the problem statement. So what I will term as bots or content scrapers that are basically come to the site. They want to use the data that we have for whatever means for their advantage, and kind of it's a hindrance both in our infrastructure, because like the more people that are coming and hitting our site, the more infrastructure we have to put in place in order to maintain that traffic. But it's also a hindrance in like that is our IP and how we manage our search engine optimizations. So it was pretty easy to see. There was a lot of high spikes in throughput. You could very easily see this in Sumo Logic. You're seeing the ramp up of throughputs to endpoints. It wasn't always just like a single IP hitting us over and over, but it was generally specified to a set type of pages, and pages that we knew had high value content. They were hitting it in ways that you could kind of tell that all they were doing was going there, taking the data and moving on. And we were able to see that very clearly with the data that was in Sumo Logic. Some of the data that we put in there, we have our own log format. We parsed all of the data out of it so that we got extra information from some of the transactions around the requests that were happening, and we really used that in order to help us understand what rules to put in place. Next slide. So the approach that we took to it was, we decided, hey, if we just like start running this and automating this and start doing things where we're like blocking and whatnot right away, like we're probably going to not get it right. We're going to frustrate a lot of people. And so we took the monitor approach first. And so our monitor approach was really just taking what we were finding, sending it to Slack, and then we would say, okay, is this a false positive or not? If it was like real, then we would go manually and take action on it. But then once we got to the point where there was no need to even like guess, it's just like, oh, okay, yes, this is right away a problem, take care of it, then we could move on from there. And actually, one of the new features that was shown with the ASN lookup, we're actually already using today within this process. So we're using those ASN lookups based on our request traffic and understanding if there's like a complete ASN set of IPs that might need to be ruled out. Next slide. So once we got to the point where we felt really comfortable, then we really dove into the automation of that. And actually, Sumo Logic is really good at this, because like they give you the pretty easy tools for doing webhooks. I mean, that's even how we did some of the Slack configuration as well. So we were taking all of these web traffic logs. We had a number of alerts that we would create inside of Sumo Logic. If you haven't created alerts, for the most part, we're just taking searches. We are setting them up to run in real time, and anything that meets some criteria within that time frame will automatically send the webhook. And along with that, because of the way that you can actually customize the payload, we could actually send values along in that payload that made a lot of sense to a JSON endpoint that we created, that would alert us to, hey, there's a bad action going on. We would actually then route that to our web application firewall, which would set a rule to either challenge or block the actor. And then we would actually stop that traffic. And we've actually drastically dropped a lot of traffic in a number of areas because of this investigation, which obviously helps our scale and growth. And it's been really kind of interesting to see the patterns grow within there. Next slide. And honestly, that's really all there is to it. Hopefully, you can get kind of an understanding of how you might use Sumo Logic to do just kind of anything. I mean, your automation there is pretty limitless once you figure out what the rules and the data sets are. So thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate that. It is now my privilege to introduce Maria Paliukovic and Mustafa Alad from United Airlines. Maria is a threat monitoring analyst and Mustafa is a senior cloud engineer at United. Both Maria and Mustafa have been instrumental in United Airlines cloud migration and the security, monitoring, and compliance of critical cloud applications. Maria and Mustafa are active users of the Sumo Logic Continuous Intelligence platform and collaborate often on United's strategy to build up the PCI readiness program in both AWS as well as other security in both AWS and Azure Cloud. So with that, thank you, Maria and Mustafa, for your participation, and we look forward to hearing your presentation.
Thanks, Tom. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to the user group. I'm really excited about this. So I'll go ahead and talk a little bit about the Sumo Logic implementation, the architecture, and kind of how we designed it, and kind of what was the impetus to kind of bring on Sumo Logic, and then we will transition over to security monitoring later on in the deck after a few slides. So you can go to the next slide. So United Airlines is a third largest airline. We have about 5,000 daily departures. We serve about 162 million passengers annually. And we have approximately 88,000 employees in the U.S. We have an international presence, so we serve more than 60 countries globally. And we have hubs in 7 different cities in the U.S. Next slide. So just to talk a little bit about our environment, we have a hybrid environment. We have a kind of a traditional data center presence in a few cities in the U.S., Tulsa, Charlotte, Elk Grove, and Chicago. And we also operate out of 2 regions in AWS, U.S. East 1, which is Virginia, and U.S. East 2, which is in Ohio. We began our cloud journey about 2016, 2017, roughly, and currently we have about 17 applications on the cloud. And so our traditional kind of logging infrastructure was more of a custom built tool. It was an Elk stack on running on top of AWS. And as soon as we got the request to start pulling in PCI applications into the cloud, we knew that we needed a more robust tool that was PCI compliant, that would have to replace our existing Elk stack. And you can switch to the next slide. So just, these are some of the services that we used, and through our whole, logging stack, we collected EC2 logs. Currently, we collect it through the Sumo Logic installed collector. We pull in other native logs through S3, and any other control plane logs we pull them, and data plane logs we pull them through S3 as well. So you could switch to the next slide. So this was our old infrastructure. It was pretty messy. We knew that we needed a way to centralize all of our logs from all 100 plus AWS accounts, and we kind of custom built this. There was a lot of pain points, developing this solution, and at the end we knew that we couldn't really pass a PCI audit with it, just based on so many different complicated, requirements that we would likely failed. So we knew that we needed to replace Kibana, kind of decouple a lot of the components here, including Firehose and Kinesis, and begin to kind of make this a little simpler, right? So we went ahead and re-architected this with a new solution, and you can move to the next slide. And we kind of decoupled. The way we thought of it is we'll decouple it by log source. So on the top you'll see CloudWatch, CloudTrail. We kind of separated that into its own vertical, if you will, and then went down stack. We collect all of our logs through an S3 bucket. We just kind of generate them on AWS and then place them in S3 so that Sumo can pick it up. We use SNS notifications on Sumo to kind of alert Sumo whenever a new file has been kind of placed into the S3 bucket, and then we do the same for all logs except for the EC2 installed collector logs. So just kind of little facts regarding our current infrastructure. We do about 500 gigs of total ingestion a day, daily ingestion. Our primary users for Sumo are security engineers, incident response analysts that kind of look into security events. Network engineering folks look at VPC flow logs for any kind of troubleshooting of network related issues. And then our apps teams leverage Sumo Logic to troubleshoot some of their applications. So roughly, I would say we have about 70 users on Sumo Logic. And one thing I wanted to point out is we had a lot of pain points kind of coming up with our newest solution. And if I were to kind of go back in time, I think one thing I would recommend users of Sumo Logic is to engage professional services and some of the experts to kind of understand the best practices, because downstream, if you don't get it right, from the get-go, it just creates so much problems downstream. So if there's one thing I would do is kind of recommend you do that. You could go to the next slide. And yeah, with that, I will transition over to Maria, who will talk about security monitoring and some of the dashboards that we have set up in Sumo Logic for our incident response analysts.
Hey everyone. So thanks for. Hey, can you hear me? Okay, so thanks everybody for joining this user group today. So I will go through the dashboards that we use on a daily basis to monitor incidents, and also I will tell you how we use those dashboards for incident investigation. So how you can see here, we have different environments within a cloud, and so we kind of separated them through the dashboards. So the high severity alerts are basically our main priority, and if something trigger, I help incident response team to investigate those. So I really like Sumo Logic because you can go through CloudTrail logs and VPC flow logs within one platform, right? So you don't have to log into different accounts. Like you can see we have here like fraud accounts, right? PCR accounts. And we can just basically run queries within Sumo Logic and get data what we need really quickly. Because for the incident response team, the time is really matter. So also you can see here, we are monitoring different data that is important for us, like root account logins and security group changes, right? And through these dashboards, we can correlate and we can stop any potential breach or incident really quickly. Also, I set up all of these alerts. So basically in the rules in those alerts that we receive is if it's something greater than 1, we will notify immediately. So yeah, here's the example, all the dashboards. So next slide. Also, I would like to notice that how Mustafa noticed before that we are using Sumo Logic for PCI monitoring. So we're PCI and CIS compliant. We have 17 control dashboards, and yeah, you can see them here. Next slide, please. Also, let me see. So we have 87 cloud security monitoring dashboards, and they all have alerts set it up, and we all use them for, if an incident happened, we use this additional data for incident investigation. So I also would like to mention the help that Sumo Logic team provided to us. And whenever we have any questions, they're all the time available, and that's been great to working with you guys. Thanks, everyone.
Okay. All right, good, thank you. Thank you, Maria, and thank you, Mustafa. You've been a great partner as well, and we're thrilled to have you as part of the Sumo Logic community. So I talked a little bit earlier about being in it with our customers. We've got a number of fundamental kind of tenets here that make up our constitution as a company and kind of define the culture of who we are. Sumo is dedicated not only to our customers, but to the communities in which we live. And we've got a passionate commitment to the local community and to giving back. We use these gatherings, especially these virtual gatherings, to feature special nonprofit partners. And I can say, we have a number of team members who call Minneapolis home, myself included. And being in the epicenter of this unrest has illuminated the need for these special partnerships and companies and the services that they provide. So it is my distinct pleasure to introduce Lindsay Schnenendel. Lindsay is a member of the Meals on Wheels Board of Directors, and she's going to spend a few minutes with us talking about their agenda. Lindsay?
Hi there. Thank you, Tom, for the intro. As you said, I'm Lindsay. My new last name after getting married is Southwick, so I'll just say that. But yes, I am the president of Meals on Wheels Chicago Associate Board. And I just want to say thank you to Sumo Logic for taking the time to highlight our organization today. You can go ahead at the next slide. Meals on Wheels Chicago has been serving the city's elderly population for 33 years, providing essential services to our homebound neighbors in need. Our program addresses food insecurity by funding a home meal delivery program that provides meals to seniors and individuals with disabilities. Once enrolled in the program, clients will receive 2 nutritionally balanced meals a day for free. Our hope is that by funding the basics, people can age with dignity in their own homes. Next slide, please. Advances in modern medicine lead to longer lifespans for us all. Aging brings on many challenges, and for those fortunate to live long enough, there will inevitably be a decline in health and mobility that can strip away independence and diminish quality of life. Living longer means more years spent dealing with the challenges that accompany old age, and programs designed to assist the elderly, like home meal delivery, are being called upon now more than ever. This is especially true during the current health crisis that puts seniors, an already vulnerable population, at greater risk. Most Meals on Wheels Chicago clients are homebound and live at or below the poverty level, which means a trip to the grocery store is both physically impossible and economically challenging. The need for food assistance among our country's seniors is growing. Nearly 1 out of every 6 seniors do not know where their next meal is coming from, and many are suffering from isolation and loneliness. The current health crisis has worsened conditions, throwing more people into hunger and isolation than ever before. Studies have shown that persistent hunger and malnutrition lead to chronic health issues that can result in long-term hospitalization or premature institutionalization. By reducing food insecurity and providing human contact through our delivery drivers, our program offers this vulnerable population the tools they need to maintain self-sufficient and dignified lives in the comfort and familiarity of their own homes, all while avoiding costly and unnecessary alternatives. Enrolling a senior in the Meals on Wheels Chicago program provides security and much needed social interaction. Over 84% of our clients say that their delivery driver is the only personal contact they have all week. Many clients form close relationships with the delivery drivers, and meal deliveries serve as a safety check and much needed socialization, reminding clients that they are not forgotten or alone. Next slide, please. Meals on Wheels Chicago now serves almost 10,000 clients each week. Enrollment has increased by 40% during the pandemic, and the number of people who need meal delivery services are still growing. Even before the pandemic, Meals on Wheels programs across the country were struggling to meet demand. And now there are 22% more seniors to serve than pre-COVID-19, and programs nationwide are delivering 56% more meals per week. We had to scale up rapidly to accommodate the need, and that presents a whole new set of challenges. And we need your support in order to do more. Next slide, please. Since we are facing a particularly difficult year, as one of our largest sources of revenue is actually in-person fundraising events, they have all been canceled for the foreseeable future. So if you're interested in supporting the Meals on Wheels Chicago mission, I encourage you to please visit our website at www.mealsonwheelschicago.org, or you can scan this QR code on the current slide. We are looking for people to help spread the word about the growing need among seniors in Chicago. And you can start by subscribing to our newsletter and following us on all social media platforms. Thank you so much for your support and your time today.
Lindsay, that's wonderful. Thank you for joining us and for championing the very necessary work your organization does. I can tell you that prior to relocating to the Twin Cities, we spent many years in Chicago, and 2 of our 4 kids are there now. So I will personally reach out to them and have them engage with your organization. Again, thank you all. So we have time for Q&A. We've got a Q&A window that's open. If there's anybody that has any questions, please feel free to speak up. Right now, I don't see open questions, so we can wrap up and give you an extra, it looks like 11 minutes of your day back. So listen, on behalf of Sumo Logic, to our participants, our Sumos who helped speak to the agenda today, all the users and presenters, thank you for joining us, and we look forward to continuing your Sumo journey. We will be doing, I'm sure, additional virtual user groups and additional certifications. So for all of you that spent part or the entire day with us, thank you for that. And please be safe and take care of yourselves. Okay? Thank you all.